Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng support the report.
Gauteng supports the report. KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. KZN support the report.
KZN supports the report. Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair. Limpopo support the report.
Limpopo supports the report. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga support the report.
Mpumalanga supports the report. Northern Cape.
Mudlastulo, Kapabu Kone, Tsetsa report.
This is the report.
Northwest support the report.
Northwest supports the report. Western Cape.
Western Cape support the report.
Western Cape supports the report. Northwest supports the report. Now being closed. Western Cape, all the provinces are voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 Northwest of the report. Now being closed. Western Cape, we shall now proceed to the voting in terms of second order. And the question is that the report be agreed to. And now call on the provinces to cast their votes on the second order. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Let's start again with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape Council report.
Eastern Cape Council report. Free State.
Free State support the report, Honorable Chair.
Free State support the report. Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng support the report, Chairperson.
Gauteng support the report. KwaZulu-Natal.
KZN support the report, Chair. Thanks.
KZN supports the report. Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Limpopo support the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support
the report.
Mpumalanga supports the report. Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Northern Cape support the report.
Northern Cape supports the report. Northwest.
Report, Chair. Northwest support the report.
Northwest supports the report. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Western Cape supports the report. Voting being closed and finalized, and noting that the provinces have supported the report. All provinces are therefore declared the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to voting in terms of the third order. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call upon the province to cast their votes on the third order. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so alphabetically. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape EISEC report.
Eastern Cape EISEC report. Free State. Free State.
Free State support the report, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Free State support the report. Gauteng.
Gauteng EICASA report.
Gauteng EICASA report. KwaZulu-Natal.
KZN support the report, Chair. Thank you.
KZN supports the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo Liaititeha report.
Limpopo supports the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyayisekela i-report.
Mpumalanga iyayisekela report. Support the report. Northern Cape.
Thank you, voorzitter. Noord-Kaap ondersteunt die verslag.
Northern Cape understand the verslag. Northwest.
Bokone Bophirima ba amogela report.
report. Western Cape,
Western Cape ICASA report.
Western Cape support the report. Cast the report. Thank you very much. Voting being done and all the provinces have been supported the report, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the fourth order. We shall now proceed to the fourth order, consideration of the report of Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business Development, Tourism, Labor and Employment, oversight visit to supported employees, enterprises, SSSE, and Abeni, Western Cape, dated 11th of March 2020. I now call on Honorable M.I. Ghai to present the committee report. Honorable Ghai.
Nkosi kakhulu sihlalo wendlu yowisomthetho. Ngithatha elithuba ndibulise kuwe. Ndibulise nakusekela sihlalo. Isabhoko esindlu. Isabhoko esindlu. House Chairperson. Umphathiswa wezemidlalo, amasiko nezenkcubeko, umphathiswa umthethwa. Abaphathiswa bamaphondo bonke abakhoyo namhlanje. Abathunywa basisigxina balendlu. Abathunywa besikhawu. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me first explain that the meeting, the report is about the supported employment enterprises. We decided on an oversight visit as a committee to one of the factories of the Department of Employment and Labor. Department of Employment and Labor has factories almost in all the provinces except Mpumalanga. So we decided as a committee, jointly with the Committee of Select Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure and Transport, that from time to time we will have oversight visits to all national departments, entities and projects around Cape Town so that we are able to be part of the plenary sessions in the afternoons. So this was a first among those that we decided to visit. Let me also explain that the report does not only focus on the supported employment enterprises. Whilst we had informed the department that we were to visit this particular factory, during the same period, we discovered that there were trucks that were being banned in KZN, and that the Department of Employment and Labor was also involved in trying to intervene in that particular situation. So at the same time, we then decided to ask the department to come and brief us about the situation in KZN. So we then combined the visit to Ndabeni, this factory of Department of Labor and Employment. So therefore, when you hear that now I'm talking about the issue of banning of trucks, it's because we combined the two issues in the meeting. So therefore, the purpose of the visit was to receive the briefing on the annual performance plan and budget for 2019-2020 financial year of the supported employment enterprises and conduct a walkabout in the factory for the committee members to see for themselves the work done at the factory. The committee also received a briefing by the Department of Employment and Labor on measures undertaken to deal with challenges of the road freight and logistics sector. The factory is divided in two main sections: textile, wood, metal, and recently it opened the powder coating plant, which is a subsidiary plant to the metal department. The acting CEO of the department, Ms. Rustin, emphasized the need of the SEE, which is a supported employment enterprises in the South African economy. The SEE is one of the paramount institutions that have created job opportunities for people with disabilities. As a result, employees working in the SEE no longer receive social grants administered by the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA. On the issue of the annual performance plan for 2019-2020, the department presented the budget and expenditure plan and focused on the following areas: the mandate of the supported employment enterprise, the 2018-2019 overall performance, the 2018-2019 audit outcomes, and implementation plan. On the mandate of supported employment enterprise, the department submitted that the mandate of SEEs is to create employment for people with disabilities who are unable to find employment in the open labor market due to the nature of their afflictions. The supported employment enterprises develops and implement programs that promote the employability of persons with disabilities, including persons with permanent disablement as defined in the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act of number 130 of 1993. In the light of their evolving needs in a changing economy, there are about 4.7 million people with disabilities in South Africa, of which 10% to 15% probably require a working environment offered by the supported employment enterprises. Further, it was reported that the supported employment enterprises works closely with Productivity SA in conducting work studies, reviews of SEE manufacturing processes in line with South African Bureau of Standards, certified norms and standards. The department further informed the delegation that the implementation of the approved SEE norms and standards are maintained throughout the factories countrywide. Also, the focus is on upskilling key personnel involved in production, planning, and execution. On overall performance, the department submitted that the SEE had achieved all performance targets for the 2018-2019 financial year. The SEE had simply set two major performance targets that received contribution from several functional policy programs. The department further indicated that it has put in place monitoring measures to ensure that performance targets are achieved, and the quarterly reviews have assisted in ensuring that the department meet the annual targets. For the period under review, the SEE had employed 150 additional persons with disabilities. Further, the SEE intends to increase the sales revenue from goods and services by 10% by end of March 2020. The SEE has ambitions to expand and penetrate new markets. To reach the new markets, it has realized it will need both non-financial and financial support. On the 2018-2019 audit outcomes for the financial, the SEE received a qualified audit outcome for both non-financial information and annual financial statements. In the main, the audit outcomes highlighted that the SEE should adhere to the acceptable general standards of accounting. To this end, the SEE is in the process of establishing and strengthening the finance structure with management, accounting, and financial reporting capacity and capability, including financial risk capacity. In the main, it is to boost the capacity in the finance department and thus to appoint personnel with requisite skills to execute financial management and governance requirements in line with legislation and policy. The committee recognized that discrimination against people with disabilities persists in various social and economic spheres. Further, capacity and capability of SEE should be prioritized. Partnership with development agencies and private sector should be established. The committee resolved that within 6 months after the adoption of this report, will convene a meeting with the relevant state departments to explore possibility or possibly a policy option to reposition the SEE to fulfill the legislative obligation and to further meet. Now we turn to the briefing on the challenges facing the road freight and logistics sector. The department briefed the committee
As
on
you
the measures.
conclude, honorable member.
Oh, let me leave it at that, Chair, then copies maybe will be circulated to honorable members. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Khai. I now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. Before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 7.1, if they so wish. The maximum time for declaration is 3 minutes. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration? No. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And as I've said, the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call on the provinces to cast their vote on the order. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so alphabetically. We start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I report.
Eastern Cape, I report. Free State.
Free State support, thank you.
Free State supports the report. Gauteng.
Gauteng, I report.
Gauteng, I report. KwaZulu-Natal.
KZN support the report, Chair. Thank you.
President supports the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Limpopo supports the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyayeseka i-report.
Mpumalanga iyayeseka report. Northern Cape.
Northern support the report.
Northern Cape supports the report.
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Northwest.
Bokoni Bupirima bo ema report no keng Ulostulo.
Northwest support the report.
Western Cape supports the report. Thank you very much. Voting being done, and the majority of provinces having voted in favor, I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the 5th and 6th order, consideration of reports of Select Committee on Security and Justice on 1 quarterly progress report dated 31st January 2020 of the Magistrates Commission as tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(f) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, dated 25 June 2020, and provisional suspension from office of Magistrate K. Podlani, acting regional magistrate Umlazi, tabled in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act number 9 of 1993, dated the 2nd of September 2020. I now call on Honorable Shaik to present the committee reports. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members of the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, on the 25th of June 2020, the Committee on Security and Justice received a briefing from the Magistrates Commission on the progress of inquiries made against 3 magistrates, including Magistrates Hina, Magistrates van Schalkwyk, and Magistrate Nzimande. In terms of Section 13, subsection 3F of the Magistrates Act of 1993, the Magistrates Commission must cause a report on the progress made in respect of inquiries against magistrates who have been provisionally suspended from office to be submitted to Parliament every 3 months. The Select Committee on Security and Justice therefore considered the Magistrates Commission's quarterly progress report, which contained the following. Progress report dated 31st of January 2020 on the provisional suspension from office of Mr. M.D. Hina, the Chief Magistrate Bloemfontein, in terms of Section 13, subsection 3F of the Magistrates Act 1993. Progress report dated 31st of January 2020 on the provisional suspension from office of Ms. J.F. van Schalkwyk, Chief Magistrate at Campton Park, in terms of Section 13, subsection 3F of the Magistrates Act 1993. And progress report dated the 31st of January 2020 on the provisional suspension from office of Mr. E.S. Nzimande, the Regional Court President, KwaZulu-Natal, tabled in terms of Section 13, subsection 3F of the Magistrates Act 1993. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the quarterly progress reports dated 31st of January 2020 of the Magistrates Commission, recommends the National Council of Province waits for the conclusion of the disciplinary process or future progress reports to further consider the matter. Honorable Chair, with regard to the Magistrate Budlani matter, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Minister's report on 26th of August 2020, tabled in the NCOP on the 22nd of July 2020, and referred to the committee on the 23rd of July 2020, informing Parliament of the provisional suspension from office of Ms. K. Budlani, Acting Regional Magistrate Umlazi, pending the outcome of an investigation into her fitness to hold the office of magistrate as required by Section 13, subsection 3B of the Magistrates Act, reports as follows. Honorable Chair, Ms. K. Budlani is an acting regional magistrate at Umlazi. She was appointed to the office of magistrate on the 1st of October 1996 and has been acting in the regional court, Umlazi, KwaZulu-Natal, as an aspirant regional magistrate on probation since the 4th of November 2013. She has mostly presided in the Sexual Offences Court Umlazi since the beginning of her probation as acting regional magistrate. On the 5th of April 2019, having received and considered a number of complaints against Ms. Budlani, the Magistrates Commission's Ethics Committee resolved to conduct a preliminary investigation in terms of Regulation 26, subsection 1 of the Regulations for Judicial Officers in the lower courts, and 2, conduct a quality assurance assessment of all the cases that Ms. Budlani had finalized over the past years or so. The investigation was conducted by a regional magistrate and the judicial quality assessment by an experienced magistrate. The allegations of misconduct directed against Ms. Budlani are that she, amongst others, sent email messages to a number of her peers which contained racial remarks, allegations of racism, and allegations of favoritism against the acting regional court president, KwaZulu-Natal, and one of her colleagues. On several occasions, sent out email messages making derogatory and insulting comments about a colleague at the Umlazi courthouse. The email messages were copied to several persons as well as the Magistrates Commission. During January 2019, Ms. Budlani was to preside over a priority case, the State versus Mwani, 2018. Although the parties were ready to proceed and the witnesses present, Ms. Budlani, without a valid reason, was not ready, able, and willing to proceed with the trial and postpone the case. Ms. Budlani acted against the principles laid down in the case flow management directives and postponed the case to the 26th of February 2019, indicating to witnesses that the case might not even proceed on that day. Ms. Budlani presided in State versus Ndelu 2019, in which she failed to maintain good order in court and acted in contrast to the commonly accepted decorum of the court, and granted a postponement on unreasonable grounds. She presided in the State versus Mbuyisa 2014, making derogatory, sexist, and gratuitous remarks and displayed prejudicial conduct towards the accused. Ms. Budlani indicated in writing on several occasions that she would not comply with an order duly given to her by her judicial head of office and the acting regional court president, KwaZulu-Natal, to furnish the latter with various case records and her reasons to be sent on special review in terms of Section 304, subsection 4 of the Criminal Procedures Act. Ms. Budlani, in an email to the Commission, indicated that she would not comply with lawful instructions given to her by the acting regional court president, in so doing challenging the authority of the acting regional court president to give her official and work-related instructions. She then attempted to send the case records on special review without submitting them to the acting regional court president as instructed. Honorable Chair, the Judicial Quality Assessment of Budlani's work revealed the following serious irregularities and obvious shortcomings. A number of the cases had to be sent on special review in terms of Section 304, subsection 4 of the Criminal Procedure Act, as having serious shortcomings and having imposed incompetent sentences. She disregarded the procedures prescribed by Section 77 and 78 of the CPA and made nonsensical findings as against those prescribed by the CPA and case law. And the provisions of the CPA relating to child witnesses were often not followed. And in many cases where the Child Justice Act 2008 was applicable, the provisions of the Act were not complied with. The investigating officers informed the acting regional court president and the commission accordingly and suggested that the commission should also consider conducting an investigation into Ms. Budlani's capacity to carry out her duties of office efficiently and in terms of Regulation 27 of the regulations. The matter was referred to the Commission's Ethics Committee, which at its meeting held on the 2nd of August 2019 resolved to conduct the investigation. Ms. Budlani was advised accordingly. Honorable Chair, a report in which the provisional suspension must, in terms of Section 13, subsection 3B of the Act, be tabled in Parliament by the Minister within 7 days of such suspension. If Parliament is then in session or if Parliament is not then in session within 7 days after the commencement of its next ensuing session, the Minister, on the advice of the Commission, decided to provisionally suspend Ms. Budlani with immediate effect pending the outcome of an investigation into her fitness to hold office as acting regional magistrate, and in terms of Section 13, subsection 3B of the Act, has submitted a report dated the 21st of July 2020 for consideration by Parliament. Section 13, subsection 3C of the Magistrates Act 90 of 1993 requires Parliament to pass a resolution as to whether or not the provisional suspension of Ms. Budlani is confirmed. Honorable Chair, having considered the report tabled by the Minister for Justice and Correctional Services on the provisional suspension from office of Ms. K. Budlani pending the outcome of an investigation into her fitness to hold the office of magistrate, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirms Ms. K. Budlani's provisional suspension from the office of magistrate. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. I will now put the question in terms of the fifth order. The question is that the report be agreed to, but before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in respect of fifth and sixth order in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Maximum time allowed for declaration is 3 minutes. Is there a province that wishes to make a declaration? No. We shall now proceed to the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. And now calling on provinces to cast their votes on the fifth order. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so alphabetically. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, EI CASA report.
Cape CASA report. Free State.
Free State vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Free State vote in favor. Gauteng.
Gauteng iyayeseka i-report.
Sengiyayeseka report KwaZulu-Natal.
KZN support the report, Chairperson.
KZN supports the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo leya iteka report.
Limpopo support the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyayiseka i-report.
Mpumalanga iyayiseka report. I've noted that the birds are back. Mpumalanga iyayiseka report. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Chair.
Northern Cape support. Northwest.
Northwest support, Chair.
Northwest support. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports the report. Voting having taken place and having noted that all the provinces voted in favor, I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll now proceed to the sixth order, to the voting in terms of sixth order, and the question that the report be agreed to, and now call on the province to cast their votes on the sixth order. When called upon, the delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. And we'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyayixhasa i-report.
Cape Class report. Free State.
Free State supports the report, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Free State support the report. Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng iyayixhasa i-report.
Gauteng Class report. KwaZulu-Natal.
KZN support the report, Chair. Thank you.
KZN supports the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report.
Limpopo support the report. Mpumalanga.
The beautiful province of Mpumalanga support the report.
Mpumalanga supports the report. Northern Cape.
Thank you, National Chair. Northern Cape supports the report.
Northern Cape supports the report. Northwest.
Northwest support the report, Chair.
Nobody supports the report. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Western Cape supports the report. Thank you very much. Voting being done with noting that all the provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll now proceed, Honorable Delegates, to the seventh order. Consideration of a report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, South Africa's accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, TAC, in Southeast Asia, dated 29 July 2020. I now call on Honorable Sheikh to present the committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and once again, good afternoon to honorable members. Honorable Chair, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation has requested Parliament to approve South Africa's accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution provides that there is a need for approval by both houses of Parliament for the executive to accede to a treaty. Since South Africa did not sign the treaty at its inception, the treaty action thus needed will not be ratification but accession. Upon South Africa's request to accede to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, the foreign ministers of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, also known as ASEAN, agreed to South Africa's request to accede in 2019. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations is a regional grouping founded on the 8th of August 1967 by Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the Philippines to promote economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the Southeast Asian region through multilateral cooperation. On the 12th of February 2020, Cabinet of South Africa approved that the treaty be tabled in Parliament for approval of South Africa's accession to the Treaty of Amity. Honorable Chair, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation was signed on the 24th of February 1976 in Bali, Indonesia. The high contracting parties to the treaty are bound together by the consciousness of the existing historical ties, common culture, and geography. The treaty is a code of conduct to govern interstate relations in Southeast Asia. They are desirous to enhance peace, friendship, and mutual cooperation consistent with the Charter of the United Nations. The member states have committed to enhance cooperation in economic, social, technical, and scientific fields. The treaty provides that parties will collaborate for the acceleration of economic growth and greater utilization of agriculture and industries, expansion of trade, improvement of economic infrastructure, financial and technical cooperation to be the focus areas of cooperation. South Africa draws inspiration from the fact that the treaty will be interpreted in accordance with the United Nations Charter. The international agreement is found consistent with South Africa's international obligations and will not affect South Africa's relations with other states outside Southeast Asia. South Africa is aware of the growing influence of the region and the ASEAN countries, hence it sees the need to enhance cooperation and strengthen ties with the ASEAN grouping. In Africa, South Africa will be the third country to join following Egypt and Morocco, who have become members of ASEAN in September 2016. There are 38 signatories to the ASEAN grouping around the world today. There will be no legislative changes required to accede to the treaty, and there are no financial obligations to be borne by South Africa for the purpose of acceding to the treaty. Honorable Chair, on the 29th of July 2020, the Select Committee on Security and Justice received a briefing on the treaty by the Department of International Relations. By approving South Africa's accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, the committee noted some of the following benefits. It would be in our national interest to accede to the treaty, as it will allow South Africa the opportunity to have more potential economic partners and markets, which South Africa can access as well as expand its strategic economic output and find new markets. We also note that the 10 ASEAN countries have a history of diplomatic relations with South Africa. By entering into such a membership, South Africa would be able to diversify its portfolio of economic opportunities and actors and have more diversity for our exports. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the request for approval by Parliament of South Africa's accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, recommends that the House, in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, approves the said treaty. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaikh. I now put the questions that the report be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. I now call on the provinces to cast their votes on the order. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape uyayichasa mhlali ngaphambili.
Eastern Cape, CASA. Thank you very much. Alphabetically, Free State.
Free State support the report. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Support the report. Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng support the report, Chairperson.
Gauteng support the report. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal support the report, Chair. Thank you very much.
KwaZulu-Natal support the report. Limpopo.
Limpopo support the report, Chairperson. Thank you.
Limpopo support the report. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support the report.
Mpumalanga support the report. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Chair.
Northern Cape support the report. Northwest.
Northwest support the report, Chair. Thank you.
Northwest support the report. Western Cape.
Die Weskaap ondersteun die verslag.
Western Cape understand the verslag. Thank you very much. Voting having been done and dispensed with. One notes, of course, that all the provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll now proceed to the 8th and 9th orders of the day. Honorable delegates, we'll now proceed to the 8th and 9th orders as indicated. Firstly, consideration of disaster management tax relief bill, P11B-2020, National Assembly Section 77, and report of Selection Committee of Finance thereon. That's order number 8. Order number 9 is consideration of disaster management tax relief administration bill, B12B-2020, National Assembly Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Finance thereof. That's order number 9. I call on Honorable Karim to present the committee report. Honorable Karim.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we all know so well, Chairperson, comrades and friends, we live in incredibly unprecedented times, requiring unprecedented measures, not just in our country, but globally. So like most countries worldwide, we have had to have a special budget to respond to the COVID pandemic. So on 24th of June, the Minister of Finance in our country tabled a special adjustment budget, which of course both houses adopted recently. The Disaster Management Tax Relief Bill and the Disaster Management Tax Relief Administration Bill are related to the special adjustment budget. They effectively give consequence to the tax measures to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. The reports are tabled, Chairperson, in the ATCs of 11th and 14th September. I will merely deal with some aspects of it. The first bill is the tax bill, the tax relief bill. Now, this deals with most of the policy issues, and the second bill deals with the administrative consequences thereof. So the main bill is essentially the first bill, which I'll now dwell on. It basically amends the Employment Tax Incentive Act. Secondly, it allows for tax treatment of certain organizations for disaster relief in respect of donations that they secure and donations they receive. Thirdly, what is provided for is a temporary exemption from liability to pay the skills development levies in terms of the 1999 Act. So in terms of the employment tax incentive, as known as the ETI in acronym terms, the bill proposes expansion of age eligibility criteria and the amount claimable to minimize job losses during the pandemic. The proposal is that the program be expanded for 4 months from the 1st of April to the end of July. This would include increasing the maximum amount of ETI claimable from 1,000 rands to 1,500 in the first 12 qualifying months and from 500 to 1,000 in the second qualifying year. The expansion will only apply to employees that were registered with the SARS as of 1st of March this year. The bill proposes furthermore that the COVID-19 disaster relief funds organizations should be treated, and the funds given to them should be treated, in a similar way as our public benefit organizations that provide disaster relief as set out in sections 10(1)(c) Roman numeral N and 30, read together with parts 1 and part 2 of the 9th schedule to the Income Tax Act. The COVID-19 funds will thus apply for approval these organizations for approval as a PBO for a period of 4 months with tax exemptions from income tax. These include receipts and accruals of the COVID-19 Disaster Relief Fund, donations made to the COVID-19 Disaster Relief Fund, and increasing the deduction available for donations to the Solidarity Fund in the 2020-2021 tax year. The bill thus will increase the tax-deductible donations available for the donations to the Solidarity Fund by an additional 10%. The bill proposes further an introduction of a 4-month holiday, as explained, for the skills development levy contributions, which is 1% of total salaries, in order to assist all businesses with cash flow. The proposed measures will be implemented for 4 months, starting, as I said, from the 1st of May to the 31st of August. I'll be given an extension, of course. Now, the committee initially got a briefing with our sister committee, as it were, the Standing Committee on Finance, and then they had the hearings on the National Assembly side, and we were present at those hearings. And subsequently, we parted ways. The 75 bill, they processed the bill on their own, looking at each clause and coming up with a report. And then we met separately and looked at the bill they introduced to the House. Well, you introduced Chairperson to our House. And we then had public hearings, but unfortunately, nobody applied because often, as happens with 75 bills, given the limited power the NCOP has. Now, the changes that were made to the bill on the FNA side were basically that on a streamlined special tax dispensation for funds established to assist with the pandemic, the revised bill extends the 4-month period from the 1st of April of the special tax dispensation by a further 2 months, Chairperson. And so it's 6 months now, and as a result, the relief will cease to apply on the 30th of September, which is very shortly. Now, what were our observations as a committee on the NCOP side? Well, we welcomed also, as did the NA, the expansion of the age eligibility criteria and the amounts claimable from the ETI aimed at minimizing job losses. We also welcomed the streamlined special tax dispensation for funds established to assist with COVID-19 disaster relief efforts, as well as the increasing of the tax-deductible donations available for donations to the Solidarity Fund by an additional 10%, and we accepted the skills development levy holiday. However, the committee noted that the skills development holiday translates into an estimated 6 billion rand revenue foregone over the next 4 months. Now, while the committee understands the need for this, it is concerned about the financial implications of this and the consequences in other ways on the SETAs, given the critical role they play, and the need for them to be more active now, Chairperson, more than ever, in view of the economic skills and other crises engendered by COVID-19, including, obviously, the job losses and the restructuring of companies. The committee believes that in general, those SETAs do not function effectively, and we plead with our sister committees that are responsible for this in higher education and skills and technology sector and the technology sector to actually, together with other committees that are relevant, monitor the performance of SETAs, as this may partly be the reason, the fact that they don't perform as effectively as they should for the SDL holiday, as there was also a need for a trade-off, if you like, to assist businesses in distress and avoid also job losses in them. So, you know, forego the SD levy, but assist small businesses to rescue jobs as a trade-off effectively. The committee notes also the National Treasury's explanation that the SETA funding on this SDL holiday issue was discussed at length between their department and the public finance team of the department and the Department of Higher Education, Science and Technology. It is a requirement that SETAs keep cash reserves, the NT National Treasury told us, and in addition, the process is agreed upon to potentially cover any funding shortfalls we are pleased to hear. Entities that may be having financial difficulties would apply to the Department of Higher Education and Training, CFO, seeking approval of budgeting for a deficit for the entity. The DHET CFO, through the current processes, will be able to engage with National Treasury in this regard. Following concerns raised by the committee, National Treasury said there have been a number of requests for access to retirement funds for individuals who are experiencing financial difficulties due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Specific suggestions included allowing individuals to take a loan against the assets in the retirement fund, or to be able to access a percentage of their retirement funds in cash. Besides administrative challenges that must be taken into account, Chairperson, amendments of this nature are likely to also require legislative changes that go beyond the Income Tax Act and could not be included in the current bill, as they may require adjustments to the Pension Funds Act and to the funds rule of each retirement fund. Discussions have been held indeed with organized labor, and they continue together with the industry on the potential options and challenges for access, and these discussions are ongoing. So that was the tax bill. The tax relief bill, Chairperson, is basically giving effect to these policies in many respects. So I can be very brief on this. Basically, they assist with alleviating the cash flows on the tax compliant small businesses. Secondly, this bill provides for the employment tax treatment of donations to Solidarity Fund. That's the effect of what we decided. And then they provide for a change in the VAT category of vendors to effect monthly returns and refunds, and to provide for matters connected therewith. And finally, on the deferral of the payment of employees' tax liability for tax compliant small businesses, the bill proposes the 4-month extension. Basically, the committee observed, I won't cover the issues because they're consequential, Chairperson, on what I've just said, but essentially we said that the committee said that we welcome the amendments to the bill. And secondly, we said that we acknowledge the difficulties being experienced by SARS in these challenging COVID-19 times. And we noted its report on what it's doing to overcome these, especially through the use of innovative technologies, including on the simplification of the process of tax returns. The committee welcomes this and encourages SARS to make further progress on this, and will monitor it. And then we said that we noted the assurances from National Treasury that these relief measures are a first response, and there may be further measures should there be a need. National Treasury has undertaken to monitor the situation and respond with reasonable measures, keeping the fiscal imperatives in mind with due regard to the taxpayer. National Treasury also said that the bills cover blanket relief measures, and where compelling individual circumstances exist for further extensions, they will allow it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Karim. And I put the question in terms of the eighth order, the question that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow space and time for parties to use this opportunity to make a declaration of votes if they so wish in respect of 8th and 9th orders in terms of Rule 63. Are there parties that wish to make declarations?
EFF.
Democratic Alliance, please, Chair.
The Freedom Front Plus, Chair. ANC.
FF Plus. Is EFF, FF Plus, and which other party?
ANC.
ANC, okay. Let's start with the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Did you note the DA, sorry?
What is the DA as well? Okay. Yeah, EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Disaster Management Tax Relief and Tax Administration.
Please remember, it's 3 minutes.
Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the Disaster Management Tax Relief and Tax Administration bills form part of the COVID-19 economic support package, which was earmarked to provide measures to alleviate cash flow burdens on tax-compliant businesses. These bills, together with the economic relief package, are nothing more than another gimmick by the ruling party to appease white business and gain back their favor. It is commendable that the bills seek to give businesses relief by referring tax payments and skills development levies of employers to later dates. However, it is blatantly clear which businesses will benefit most from this deferment and which businesses will be left out in the cold. We have already witnessed how, during hard lockdown, the informal sector and small businesses, majority of which are Black-owned, did not benefit from the government relief funds. Contracts and funds meant to aid those in need were awarded to family members and friends of the ruling party elite. We proposed payments, holidays for people owing banks for their houses and cars, but government opted to bail out established white-owned businesses instead. And people are now losing their houses and vehicles. South Africa is currently facing a service delivery crisis, and the country's tax system will further exacerbate government inability to provide basic services such as healthcare, water, and sanitation. The majority of South Africans who are excluded from the economy cannot contribute to the fiscus despite their willing and desire to work and earn a living and pay taxes. It comes as no surprise that that of the 22 million South Africans registered with SARS, only 3 million pay taxes and very high taxes at that. Over 2 million people earning between 200,000 and 700,000 per annum accounts for 44% of all personal income tax. In 2017, SARS had a revenue shortfall of 48.2 billion, followed by 42.8 billion in 2018.
Time is up.
And reaching the, we need to nationalize the Reserve Bank for public purposes in the public interest.
Your time is up, Mletsane.
And will deal with decisively with the concentrated private ownership in the.
Thank you very much.
EFF doesn't. The EFF
Time.
Thank you very much, FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Front Plus welcomes the tax and tax relief bill, and much more support is needed to assist small businesses and companies to save the economy.
Chairperson.
Yeah.
I'm rising on a point of order.
Point of order, what's your point of order?
We can't allow this racist DA to keep on howling at our member when our member is making a statement. If they want that to be the case today in the House, it will be the case. So you cannot also not call.
There's no howling, Chair.
Do that. These racists are just racist in this House. They continue to be racist elsewhere.
Unfortunately, Mgausa, that's not the point of order. FF Plus, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start again. Honorable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus welcomes the tax and the tax relief bill, and more support is needed to assist small businesses and companies to save the economy and in the long term steer away from the fiscal cliff. Minister Dlamini Zuma last week affirmed that government cannot be the largest employer in South Africa and that the economy must be stimulated on ground level to create job opportunities and to ensure job security. It is of the utmost importance, Chair, that businesses must be saved. The closure of more businesses must be prevented at all costs to prevent more joblessness. National Treasury indicated that the economy has retracted tremendously, which will impact negatively on future investments and the current financial and social situation of the country. Social grants and relief assistance are not sustainable solution for the poverty and unemployment in the country, Chair. Parliament's role with these emergency tax bills was to listen to presentations and unfortunately act as rubber stamps, since the minister already announced these bills and that they were already implemented before we had an opportunity to scrutinize and approve them. The Freedom Front Plus salute the business owners that pushed through the COVID period in spite of government's attempt to radically transform the economy by allowing some businesses to close down to create a market for emerging selected few. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The ANC.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Chairperson, first and foremost, if you are not governing, as I listening to the other parties, you will not understand. Chairperson, let me say, on behalf of the African National Congress, that the African National Congress is supporting these bills. Chairperson, whatever political differences, COVID-19 is a cross-cutting matter than ever before. Therefore, Chairperson, the ANC supports the bills. It is very important, a first step, taking into account that the budget is a severely stressed even before the COVID-19. And there are limits to how much the state can assist. Therefore, Chairperson, the October 2020 medium-term budget policy statement that we will see in terms of what government is going to deal with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in the medium and longer term. Therefore, Chairperson, the African National Congress support the bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the DA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, there are many times when we as members from different provinces and different parties disagree on legislation, policy, and on principles, but occasionally there are times when we agree. On today's bills, there is largely agreement, and there's also good reason for the processing of these bills to be done speedily, yet with due regard for parliamentary processes. Speedy passing of this legislation is in the public interest. The two bills before the House today are both good first responses to the unprecedented
In the
events
interest of white racists like you.
and the disastrous lockdown in which we still find ourselves. That debate is for another day, but today we must commit in support of Treasury's proactive steps to lessen the burden on taxpayers.
I'm not going to support anything that speaks to
The
white
bills
race.
under discussion
Order, honorable members, let's please ensure that the speaker has space to articulate his.
When this particular speaker was howling at the
Chair, please, can I have protection?
order.
Please
Never
proceed.
got order.
Howling is allowed, but within limits. So please proceed, honorable provider.
Should have said that to the speaker, which is on the podium, that he must not
Chairperson.
call up. This racist must be called to order.
Yeah, I'm not racist.
Chairperson.
Order.
Raising a point of order. Raising a point of order. Point of order, Chairperson.
Now we can't all talk at the same time.
Chairperson, I rise on a point of order. Please, Chairperson, I rise on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, it is common knowledge that the chat in the chat section of this meeting forms part of what we say in this house. The Honourable Mukause said here in the chat section, and I'm quoting, "White people are just selfish and racist. Wena, you're racist everywhere you are, you won't change." I think that is unparliamentary, and I would like you to order the Honourable Mukause to withdraw that statement. And then let the
if it means anything at all, please note that when the meeting started, we did indicate that this chat space is taken as part of the deliberation. If I may just read it, that delegates should know that anything sent to everyone via the chat screen is deemed to have been sent to the House and may be ruled upon. So please be careful of the things that you say on the chat screen. And everything else, when all is said and done, we are really trying to deepen our debate and ensure that we make a meaningful contribution. So please do not all talk at the same time. Do not raise frivolous points of orders. And on that note, I urge Honorable Ryder to please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, today we must comment in support of Treasury's proactive steps to lessen the burden on taxpayers. The bills under discussion are blanket concessions for compliant taxpayers, and Treasury and SARS have both emphasized that taxpayers with compelling reasons may apply for further relief on a case-by-case basis. Treasury has also confirmed that the compliance will be monitored, and where it is apparent that further concessions may be necessary, where there is space to further accommodate taxpayers in terms of process, this will be done. The 51% GDP contraction, however, makes for very little maneuvering space if the state is to protect its sovereignty and viability going forward. The fact is that revenue is under massive threat. There's nothing left to spare, and certainly no room for theft, corruption, inflated pricing, and skimming off the top. The initiatives by Treasury in these bills are welcomed, but now it is up to the other departments and other spheres of government to do their part and ensure value for money, that there is no wastage, and to end the corruption once and for all. More still needs to be done to assist South Africans to recover from the economic nightmare that has affected so many families, and critically, access to savings must be assessed together with the way such lump sums are taxed. We look forward to the future announcements. Now, Chair, we support the report of the committee and we support the bills in the interests of all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, point of order, Honourable Browder said. Point of order, Chair. Honourable Browder said. Point of order. Honourable Browder said.
Yes, Tim, Honourable Tim, yeah, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my colleague, Honourable Aukamp, raised a point of order. The EFF member, Mokowuse, has, on a number of occasions, simply labelled the DA and white people as racist all the time. Chair, surely that is unparliamentary, and surely you should rule on it, and surely you should ask that member to withdraw. It is completely unacceptable for that to go unchallenged. She must be held accountable for her statements. Please, Chair.
Yeah, honourable members, if I may just make an appeal that all of us need to really ensure we keep a balance. To continuously just write on the chat screen, racist this, racist that, and so on, doesn't help the situation. But also, as one member observed on the chat screen, if you don't give any respect, you won't get any in return. And if we're not very careful, the work that we do here can degenerate. And it's not that we should not be robust and discuss racism or any of those kinds of issues. We should do so. But if a member wants us to debate those kinds of issues and so on, let's have a motion and let's dedicate time and discuss those kinds of issues thoroughly. So I'm urging you to not to avoid debate because a part of the work that we do in the NCOP is to debate the issues, but to exhaustively debate the issues in a meaningful manner. Let's not hide under this or that item. Let's rather discuss the specific issue which is contagious once and for all. So I'll urge you to please reflect and please raise those kinds of issues that you think deserve the attention of the House. Honourable members, let's move on.
Sorry, but Honourable Chairperson, you've not addressed my issue, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Makowuse must withdraw. She must withdraw her statements. about the DA being racist, about white people being racist all the time. She must withdraw, Chair. Surely,
come
surely
back
that's
and
unparliamentary.
I'll give a ruling on the matter. But please remember that quite a number of us are to be held responsible for this kind of behavior.
So we can say what we want.
Going forward,
Make a ruling on this.
and I'm saying to you, going forward,
Point of order, Chair.
possibly discuss issues rather than what's being happened here, where we.
Well, then, Chair, the EFF are a bunch of racists. There you go. Now I've said it. The EFF are a bunch of racists. Will you rule on
You're
that?
repeating the same thing that you're complaining.
No, the EFF are looters, VBS looters. We can say what we like.
You see.
Chairperson.
Allow the chair to chair
Thank you
this
very
meeting.
much. We'll proceed. We'll proceed to voting.
Chair, I have a point of order.
We shall now allow 1 minute for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the session.
Honorable Chair, I have
1
a point
minute.
of order.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Worst presiding officer ever.
Honorable Chair, I have a point of order.
Yeah,
My hand is up.
What's your point of order?
Honorable Chair, you've ruled that we have to be reasonable and uphold the decorum of the House. But I can refer to many rulings that has been made in the NCOP for things that the DA said was not near, close by what the member of the EFF now said. And then I want to refer you to the chat room where the Honorable Makohuza made a threat. She is saying, I'm waiting for you. If that is not a threat, is that parliamentary to threat Honorable Ryan on the chat group? I want you to rule on that. Thank you.
My hand is up on the icon.
Okay. Chief Whip.
Can I come in before you, please?
Okay, now let's start with Nana first. Nana, and then Chief Whip.
Chair, thanks very much. Chair, I have reluctantly been avoiding to engage in slander and mudslinging. You know, me and you know that during struggle days, we had white people on our side fighting back. I can tell you now, Chair, in the benches of the Democratic Alliance today,
Chairperson, a point of order, that one. Or is it speech?
It's people, because you're not there, shut up. It's people who fought side by side with us during the struggle. It can be right.
Don't try to be a principal.
It can be right that based on the pigmentation of your skin, you are labeled as a racist. What will happen if the same people that are labeled as racist label a black person as a murderer or a rapist? They will be taken to the Equality Court.
Because
so I'm saying, at some point,
but the Honorable Nana are now debating the issues. You need to clearly,
can't take this.
We are not raising a point of order.
Hey, shut up, Nana. We are
She knows nothing about
order.
Shut up.
And becoming a hero during peacetime.
Shut up, Nana.
Point of order, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to remind the House Chair, you have said earlier on the point of order by Honorable, I think, Tim, you have, whether or not the EFF statement is unparliamentary or not, you have said that you look into the matter at the right time. You'll
But
give
must you
a
first
ruling
go and
to the
think
House.
about it?
I think we should agree with you because the presiding officer, you are the presiding officer, you would like to confer with the table on the statements that were on the chart about the correctness of your ruling. I'll propose that we stick with your ruling
that you look on the matter and you, at the right time, you'll rule. Secondly, we did have a reflection as the whippery on the use of the chart and broadly the issue of the decorum. I believe today it's entirely rest with you as a presiding officer. If this chart is used to distract the proceedings of the House, the chair may discontinue it on the basis that members should further reflect outside of DCD. We have got before us a very important agenda to debate heritage. Many special delegates are here with us, the minister, led by the minister, to reflect on the very important issue of the heritage of our country. So I believe really we have wasted a lot of time. We should allow you, Chair, to lead the House. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Point of order. Chairperson, on a point of order again. Chairperson, I repeat the point of order, and with all due respect,
What's the point of order?
Chair, I rise on point number 46, rule number 46. It clearly says, and I'm reading to you, offensive and unbecoming language. Rule number 46, no member may use offensive or unbecoming language in the council or deliberately make a statement in the council which the member knows is false. That is rule 46. In terms of rule 51, you must rule on that.
We agree with you, Honorable Okam, but you can't force the chair to rule now. We agree with that point of order. Allow the chair to apply himself.
Honorable Chief is not ruling this meeting.
Honorable members, order.
I'm still making
Order,
Chair.
Honorable members.
May I continue with my point of order, please? May I continue with my point of order?
Chair, you can't allow a point of order.
Honorable members, I have said that we'll look at all of these matters.
Yes, you did not say it.
That is your ruling.
The
ruling is made.
The relevant ruling.
Terrible, Honorable Chairperson. It's terrible. It's there to read for everybody to read. Everybody can read what it says.
That person can't think for himself, that's why.
Now I will not allow any other person to.
That is an insult. You must withdraw.
That is an insult. You are also out of
I will withdraw when the EFF withdraws. I will withdraw when the EFF withdraws.
Not to say white people are racist.
That is an insult to the chair.
Members are causing problems.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, please.
We will
not right.
mute you if you don't become ordered. Let's move on.
Honorable Chairperson, there will never be order in this house.
We shall now allow. I've said that
order. For Chairperson, on a point of order.
The platform to come in. I hope that has happened now.
His finger.
We will therefore proceed.
Is it parliamentary to eat 40,000 worth of Kentucky?
You make a ruling like
Please
just
note that each delegate
don't get frustrated here.
has one vote.
Get some advice.
The question in front of us is not the bill. Order, members. Order.
Just handle the order, please, Chair.
The question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should now please raise their hands and keep them raised. Those who are voting in favor.
Honorable Musodi vote in favor, Chair.
Please assist with counting.
Musodi voted in favor, Honorable Chair.
Yes, let's also note people who are outside the system.
Isn't all they have to assist with?
In the Free State?
Yes, Musodi vote in favor.
Election traveling in Limpopo.
And Mama Rakhani?
Mama Rakhani in Limpopo. Another person outside the system?
Honorable Thala from KZN.
Sterling is voting in favor. From KZN. Any other?
Mpumalanga in favor.
Mpumalanga, yes, noted. Mpumalanga noted there. Any other person outside the system? Otherwise, use your raise your hand function in your system. Please count. I guess we should now move on. Can those delegates who are voting against please raise their hands?
Chairperson?
Yes.
Chairperson?
Yes.
May we be allowed to lower the hands first? I mean,
Please
lower
lower
the
the
hands.
hands. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
The,
very
the,
much.
the other
Yes, we
critical point is that because the instruction for delegates to vote was during the commotion, so other members, special delegates, might not have heard you correctly. That individual members are voting, and it's not done in this instance by head of the provincial delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. That's noted. Can we now have those delegates who are voting against to please raise their hands?
Are you sure, Chair?
Yes, those voting against, please raise your hands. I see this as Kause and raise your hand function. Any other person voting against?
Muletani is out. Muletani doesn't have a raise your hand button.
Who's that?
Too bad.
Muletani doesn't have a raise your hand button, Chairperson.
Okay, noted. Any other person? No. Please lower the hands table. Thank you very much. Can we move on to the delegates and honorable members who are voting abstain? Any abstentions?
Ndongeni.
I see Ndongeni is okay. Any person abstaining? Please indicate. Those outside the system and those who are in the system, please use your raise your hand function. We'll now await the results. The results in favor 36, against 2, abstention 0. Therefore, the issue that we are deliberating on is agreed to. That is the 8th order is agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the 9th order, voting on the 9th order. Please note that each delegate, including special delegates, have 1 vote. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The bill be agreed to. Can we have the people who are voting in favor raising their hands inside and outside of the system?
Majority vote in favor on our
function. Can we know those who are outside the system as well?
Honorable Mushodi vote in favor on our chairperson. Thank you.
Is noted.
Honorable Mama Rakhane voting in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes,
Mama
noted.
Rakhane.
Chair
Mama
Jadu.
Who?
Jadu is voting. I'm struggling with my digit. Jadu.
Jadu is noted.
Of who I vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Noted. Any other person?
Honorable Nkosi vote in favor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable Shongwe in Pumalanga in favor.
Thank you very much. Can we allow the table to lower the hands?
Yes.
Having done that, can we have those who are voting against indicating their vote? Voting against. There's long to there. Raise your function, raise your hand function. Oh. Those voting against, there's no indication. So we'll move on to those abstaining. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Thank you very much. We'll now await the results. The results are as follows. 37 in favor, against 0, abstention 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to the 10th order. That is the consideration of prescriptions in civil and criminal matters, sexual offences, amendment bill, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. I now call on Honorable Shaik to present the committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 9th of June 2020. The committee has agreed to the bill and we would like to report as follows. The Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill emanates from the 2018 and 2019 Constitutional Court judgments in Levenstein or the Frankel 8 case, which declared Section 12 of the Prescription Act 68 of 1969 and Section 18 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, respectively, constitutionally invalid. In the Frankel 8 judgment, the Constitutional Court suspended the order of invalidity for 24 months to allow Parliament to remedy the constitutional defect by enacting remedial legislation before the 14th of June 2020. In the interim, the court read in provision that is, and all other sexual offences, whether in terms of common law or statute, into Section 18F of the Criminal Procedure Act, the declaration of invalidity applies retrospectively from the 27th of April 1994. In 2019, the applicants in the Frankel 8 case also successfully challenged the constitutional validity of Section 12, subsection 4 of the Prescription Act 68 of 1969, which allows them to lodge a civil claim against the estate of the late Mr. Frankel. The Prescription Act regulates when prescription in civil matters starts to run, in particular when a debt based on the commission of an alleged sexual offense becomes due. The Prescription Act, like the Criminal Procedure Act, does not include all sexual offenses. The Justice Department decided to deal with both matters in a single bill. Thus, the Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2019 amends both the Criminal Procedure Act and the Prescription Act. On the 9th of June 2020, the Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill was tabled and referred to the committee, proposing amendments to Section 18 of the Criminal Procedures Act and Section 12 and 13 of the Prescription Act. In terms of Section 12 of the Prescription Act 1969, prescription can be described as the date at which the right to recover an outstanding debt, usually 3 years for debts other than a mortgage, judgment debt, taxation, and a debt owed to the state, or institute prosecution in respect of certain offenses, which is usually 20 years, expires. In terms of Section 12, subsection 4 of the Prescription Act 1969, prescription does not begin to run in respect of a debt based on the commission of an alleged sexual offense as contemplated in specified provisions of a Criminal Law Act 2017. That is, during the time in which the creditor, that is the victim, is unable to institute proceedings because of his or her mental or psychological condition. The list includes the sexual offenses of rape, compelled rape, sexual exploitation of children, displaying of child pornography, and persons with mental disabilities. Therefore, Clause 1 of the bill amends Section 12, subsection 4 of the Prescription Act 1969 to ensure that all sexual offenses, whether committed under common or statutory law, are included in the list of sexual offenses in respect of which prescription of time limits will not apply. Section 13 deals with the delay of the completion of prescription in certain circumstances, for example, where the creditor is a minor, is insane, or a person under curatorship, in which case the time limits to lodge civil claims do not apply to them. Therefore, Clause 2 of the bill amends Section 13 of the Prescription Act 1969 to make provision for cases in which the victims of sexual offenses are unable to institute proceedings or suffers a relapse, which prevent them from instituting proceedings for a period of time. Clause 2 substitutes the term insane with the phrase mental or intellectual disability, disorder, or incapacity. Section 18 of the Criminal Procedures Act provides that a victim or complainant's right to institute a prosecution lapses after 20 years in respect of sexual offenses except those listed in Section 18F, H, and I of the Criminal Procedure Act. In particular, the list contains rape and compelled rape, which seems to regard certain sexual offenses as more serious than others, in which the Constitutional Court found irrational. The effect of the exclusion of all other types of sexual offenses was that the 8 complainants who had been sexually abused as children between 1970 and 1989 were prohibited from prosecuting Mr. Frankel as adults more than 20 years later. Therefore, Clause 3 amends Section 18E of the CPA by A, including a reference to the offense of corruption, B, removing the reference to rape or compelled rape, and C, substituting them with the words any sexual offense in terms of common law or statute. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice invited stakeholders to make written submissions on the bill, which was advertised on electronic platforms and in the print media. In response to the call for public comments, the committee received a total of 6 of the submissions received were from organizations, and 134 submissions were from individuals, either indicating their support or lack of support for the bill. On the 26th of March 2020, the Select Committee received a briefing from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the written submissions. Members in their deliberations were satisfied with the department's response to the written submissions and agreed to the adoption of the bill without any proposed amendments. Honorable Chair, the Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2019 thus ensures the prosecution of all sexual offenses, regardless of the lapse of time, as well as empowers survivors who often suffer in silence and either never disclose the offense at all, and the perpetrators do not face the consequences, or disclose over varying periods of time. It is therefore hoped that the bill will encourage survivors of sexual offenses to report these crimes irrespective of when they occurred, as these crimes can be prosecuted. The committee welcomes the bill as it will go a long way in ensuring that victims of sexual offences are able to institute criminal proceedings 20 years after the commission of the offence. This bill will therefore provide victims with the necessary legal recourse to ensure that justice is served for sexual offences committed against them and to ensure that the perpetrators of these crimes are brought to justice. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill, referred to it on the 9th of June 2020 and classified by the Joint Tagging Mechanism as a Section 75 bill, recommends that the National Council of Province passes the bill. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Shaik. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow parties the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63.
The EFF Chair.
The EFF. Who else? EFF, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Chair, the EFF welcomes the prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Amendment Bill. Our country is engulfed from all sides by cases of sexual violence. Many of these cases are never reported because of the trauma they inflict on victims. This is particularly the case when the victims are young or vulnerable in economic sense and are dependent on their abusers. Chairperson, the rape of women and girls in this country, the sexual abuse many women face in the workplace and in other social settings, the abuse of girl children at home, and the sexual abuse both girls and boys face in sporting environments are a blind on our society. The fact that both the Criminal Procedure Act and the Prescription Act has a set period within which cases of sexual offences had to be reported was not appreciative of the long-term effects on sexual violence. House Chair, it set a period after which cases of sexual violence could not be reported. This was a gross violation of the rights of victims of sexual offences and was not appreciative of the reality that many women may only have the means to confront those who violated their humanity many years after the offense were inflicted. House Chair, that is had to take the Constitutional Court to declare these provisions unconstitutional in testament to the fact that the post-1994 establishment had never thought long and hard about reconstructing society based on the values of respect to human dignity and life. House Chairperson, this also brings out in the open the madness of having racist apartheid era laws still guiding both criminal and civil procedures in this country. Both the Civil Procedure Act and the Prescription Act are apartheid and racist era pieces of law, and this still guides our jurisprudence on these matters this day. The continual nibbling, House Chair, and amendment of particular sections of these laws when the Constitutional Court declared them unconstitutional is very costly to the taxpayer. House Chairperson, we must draft democratic laws that are the letter and spirit of our democratic constitution and do away with this racist apartheid law. While we support this bill, Chair, on the basis that the provisions are not constitutional, we would like to take this opportunity to call for a wholesale review of apartheid era law and have Parliament do its legislative work by drafting laws that are steeped on the values of our constitutional democracy. House Chairperson,
the time is up, Honourable Member.
Is in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration? Any other declaration? None. We shall now proceed to voting. But before we do that, we'll allow 1 minute for those who are outside to come in. 45 minutes left. 45 seconds left, sorry. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. "5 seconds left. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to voting on the question. Again, just to say, please note that each delegate, including speaker delegate, has 1 vote. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Can we now have all the people who are voting in favor raising their hands, including those who are outside the system?
Honorable Mushodi in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Mushodi is noted.
Muletsane, Chair.
Muletsane noted.
Honorable Jadu.
Chair.
Jadu noted.
Mama Rakhani, Chair.
Mama Rakhani Limpopo is noted.
Honorable Ndlovu in Gauteng.
Honorable Ndlovu in Gauteng noted.
Honorable Shongwe in Mpumalanga.
Shongwe in Mpumalanga noted.
Honorable Marcela Limpopo.
Honorable Marcela Limpopo noted.
Honorable Nkosi in Mpumalanga.
Honorable Nkosi in Mpumalanga noted.
Chairperson, Nchabeleng is voting for.
Honorable Nchabeleng, elect Nchabeleng in Limpopo noted. Any other hand? No. We'll allow the table to lower hands once they've finished counting. Thank you very much. To vote against, please raise their hands. Use the hands function, raise your hand function. Those voting against? None. Those abstaining? Please raise your hands. We will now await the results. The voting results are as follows. Those in favor 40, against 0, abstaining 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the subject for discussion, debate on Heritage Day, reviving communities and improving their quality of life through heritage sustainability. I now call upon Honorable N.E. Mtetwa, Minister of Arts and Culture, to open the debate. Honorable Mtetwa.
Chairperson, point of order before we start, please.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
What's
Chair,
the point of order?
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we're about to debate heritage. My surname, Ryder, is a clue to my heritage. I come from a long line of horse riders and horse lovers. My point of order is therefore to request that before we start today's debate, this House stands with me in acknowledgement of my heritage and condemns the cowardly and inhumane attack and killing of defenseless and innocent horses by cowardly thugs at the Fairview racetrack in Nelson Mandela Bay this morning. No matter what your grievance, the killing of a horse is not acceptable. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Ryder, that's not the point of order, really. I'm sure you can raise the same issue.
Substantive motion.
Way.
He's taking chances, Chair.
Thank you very much.
I second.
We will move on to Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you this afternoon to address the matter that has received global attention currently, but it is a global matter. This is a matter of heritage in its broadest sense, but for purposes of today, we thought we needed to look at the symbols, place names, and other manner of symbolism that commemorate, celebrate, and venerate historical figures who are associated with slavery, imperialism, colonialism, and apartheid as it prevails mostly in our country today. These are not the innocent architectural pieces, but are meant to communicate in a symbolic interactionism way with the public. And these symbols communicate such concepts as martyrdom, bravery, heroism, resilience, excellence, pride of nations, amongst others. As we talk this very important matter of heritage, we would note here that it's mostly used interchangeably, sometimes conflated with history. And it would be important to just touch part of that history is what is transmitted from the past to the present, where the present has no governance over it, unless tampering with it. It is a remembrance, a recording, or account of everything that has happened in the past. And you can see that, to that extent, you don't have much choice as the present, because you had no contribution thereto. So the colonial prism has over-determined how we look at the imperialist and apartheid role in our society, and considered a product of their times, when in fact these led, amongst others, to murder, exploitation, land dispossession of African people, and so on. But not all history, especially distortion, is heritage. For heritage is the principles, ideals, personalities, and institutions that we consciously select to transmit from the past because they help us move forward. So here, Chair, we're talking mainly about the matters of identity, of the soul of any nation, matters of hegemony in our situation in South Africa, counter-hegemony of what has been made to be hegemonic in our society. And these are intangible values needing the attention of all of us. It was against this background and understanding, Chair, that the governing party, the beginning of the 90s, came up with a document called Ready to Govern. And this was to guide, as a guiding light of the new dispensation, which was still to be born. And this is what the governing party said in this document. The monopoly over public symbols and names should give way to a diverse range representative of our whole population. Arts and culture are not the property of any one political party or group. And this understanding, Chair, find expression in the interim constitution of 1993 and later the constitution as adopted in 1996 of the Republic. It is this policy position that informed the 1996 Arts and Culture White Paper, which led to the promulgation of acts like the South African Geographical Names Council Act and the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999. Now, a range of initiatives emerged, such as the renaming of major national landmarks, such as towns, cities, rivers, dams, international airports, as well as the declaration of several previously marginalized heritage, resistance and liberation sites as national heritage sites, with some elevated to the World Heritage. And when the new dispensation started, for a best number of years, I know for a fact that the province of Limpopo was leading in this process of name change. Some iconic heritage sites worth billions of rands have been added to our heritage landscape. These include, though not limited to, Steve Biko Center in Ginsberg, Lily's Leaf in Rivonia, Nelson Mandela Museum in Mthatha, Ngome Museum and Luthuli Museums in KZN, and the Freedom Park in Tshwane, to mention but a few. These add to other natural heritage sites developed across the country, with some elevated to World Heritage. As the authority and provincial governments are willing, we have relocated statues, for instance, that evoke our colonial and apartheid past. This included the relocation of the bust of JPM Herzog to a lesser prominent Sporting Union building. As we speak now, the most prominent is the one of Madiba. The Verwoerd statues at the Parliament in Cape Town and at Free State Provincial Assembly. The C.R. Swart bust at the police station at Tewin. The list is long. You can, if you like, remember that that imposing bust of Paul Kruger from the entrance of Kruger Park was relocated and taken to a lesser imposing and less prominent position.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
With all
I'm
the
rising on a
above
point of order. Chair, I'm rising on a point of order. Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order.
With all the above achievements, a South African formerly oppressed majority,
I'm rising on a point of order.
a cultural minority, as apartheid and colonial symbols and heritage still dominate our landscape, hence period.
Sorry, I'm missing the minister, just a minute. Honorable Mgausa, what's your point of order?
Chairperson, the topic of debate is reviving communities and improving their quality of life through heritage sustainability. The minister cannot come here and remind us of colonialism and even applaud what happened in the past. We need to know what is the current government going to do relating to improving the quality of life through heritage sustainability.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mgausa. That's not the point of order. That's not
You
the point
are
of
not
order.
listening.
That's not point of
Let me
order.
just indicate that as the minister continues. I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP to chair the proceedings going forward. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the geographical place name changes have been successfully challenged in courts due to procedural flaws. A reminder that any action in a revolution will be countered by reaction, as you see in everyday's activities. Also important to note is that as a constitutional democracy, we've had to embark on extensive and nationwide stakeholder consultation, something that painstakingly slow, but has to be followed to avoid the court challenges. The question that members, the honorable members will then ask is why we still have colonial and apartheid statues in our public spaces. That question would be answered much properly, Chair, by firstly understanding that there would be no development in our communities if we do not think thoroughly about what to do with the heritage space and landscape in our country. Honorable members will appreciate the fact that the national and provincial governments are not custodians of most of these statues. Most of them are under the custodianship of the local communities under municipal authorities. And that's very important, Chairperson, to note. For anything, a symbol, a statue, or whatever, to be considered for repositioning or relocation, a public process, consultation should be undertaken at local government level. An application needs to be lodged with the relevant provincial Heritage Resources Authority, who will consider the application and take a decision on granting the permit after the required consultation process. What that does, it affirms and empowers communities to take charge of their lives and to take charge of the processes of heritage and its transformation. If a statue or whatever symbol is on a property declared as the National Heritage Site, the responsible Provincial Heritage Resources Authority will submit the application to the South African Heritage Resources Agencies, who will consider the application and take a decision on granting the permit after the required public process. Our department is not in a position to engage in relocation of colonial and apartheid statues, as the Minister is the executive authority for the South African Heritage Resources Agencies, who will take the decision on the application for the relocation of a statue or symbol, which is not in consonant with the South African Constitution. If an appeal arises against the decision of South African Heritage Resources Agency on the application for the relocation of a statue or symbol, the Minister is the appeals authority who will appoint a tribunal to consider such. We can therefore only make the point in the House that honorable members can raise the matter with municipalities that the discussions on such symbols are actually meant to be in the realm of the local government. As government, honorable members, who have made this consultation all over the country, political organizations, civil society, and so on, and we came to a conclusion that to deal with the heritage of our country, first and foremost, we need to ensure that our own education, our own history deals with this matter, but also broader civic awareness and national consciousness. And this is what we are doing as we engage with provinces. The issue of legislative efficacies has also been touched, the issue of institutional capacity, which need to be strengthened. We do this, Chair, and one of the areas is that we cannot deny history in our country. We what we cannot do is to, in a prominent way, display those people who are protagonists of colonialism and apartheid, following the procedures as we say. And that is why we have said that we'll relocate, working with communities, we'll relocate these symbols to a particular space, which we call theme parks. And these theme parks are mainly the cultural nation building parks, which these have to be put into. Because we believe, Chair, that in all the provinces, in all the communities, you need to have these parks so that those who want, from the heritage tourism point of view, want to go to particular communities, will have to do that and be able to interact with the statues, particularly from that point of view. And we are saying, as we craft that, and as we go about informing, raising the awareness amongst our people, that this government of the African National Congress decided that communities are the ones who should decide with whatever is surrounding them. And of course, the parks themselves will have to be curated under the adage, lest we forget, to say that we cannot, whilst we cannot deny history, which happened amongst us, we cannot be the ones who want to be the people who are at the forefront of trying to do things which will only work against the constitutional principles, which is the guiding light as we move with the transformation of our heritage landscape. I want to say, therefore, Chair, that honorable members would be expected to assist in starting debate and discussions and locating these within constituencies, because there is a myth which we must dispel, that the changing of names, the transformation of the heritage landscape is the preserve of the national government. What came as a thought from the governing party was that it is communities themselves which must dictate their own fate, so that when we talk of local economic development, people at that level benefit. That is why, amongst the processes of change, one town, Grahamstown, or former Grahamstown in Eastern Cape, was changed to Ngwele or Makhanda, precisely because people, when they look at name, they must read something about the culture of a people, about their heritage. And therefore, every country in the world descend on that part of the country every June. And as they go out there, we didn't want them to go out and have the understanding of that butcher, of that murderer called Colonel John Graham, but go out with Makhanda, Ngwele, the warrior of the people of Eastern Cape. So I would urge, therefore, Chair, that as we move towards creating the parks, and the reason for that, for the parks themselves, was that we have seen where people just take these statues and symbols and destroy them, that the people then demand them. The case in point here was the fall of the Soviet Union, that during that period, most of the statues, Lenin and others, were defaced by the authorities and taken to what was called the Museum of Shame and so on. But the world, as they descended in Russia, wanted to see these people. And as we speak now, that park had to be given facelift, and it is contributing so much in the tourism of the people of Russia today. So I would therefore, Chair, ask and urge all of us that we should be the champions of the heritage landscape in our country and transform them so that people do not keep on thinking that there is government there or the national government, but know that it is within our power. We are starting a process of engaging all the 9 legislatures on this question so that there's uniformity in the approach and clarity on what needs to be done. And in that way, we will best serve our communities, we will best serve our municipalities at a local level and empower them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will continue with the debate, and we will request the Honorable Emmy and Chabaleng to continue with the debate. Chabaleng.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me start by apologizing with my camera. I have a handset challenge. My debate today, it's it's under the theme of developing and preserving the South African sport, arts, culture, and heritage landscape to reflect a people with a shared and collective history. Allow me, Deputy Chair, to first look at the institutional transformation of the arts, culture, and heritage dispensation of the past. Honorable Nyambos has dealt with, most of the background to this, but I think we should continue to develop and preserve the South African sports, arts, culture, and heritage landscape to reflect a people with a shared and collective history. Our arts and culture as a nation are a representation and identity of our people. The symbolic significance of arts and culture is due to historic pride. South Africa as a diverse nation has a wealth of diverse arts and diverse cultures. Culture develops over time under various conditions of human experience. Our heritage as a nation is a representation of a diverse history of the people of South Africa. Well, Nyambos, we come from, we grew up drinking from the same fountain. I'll also quote from the ANC Ready to Govern document, which says, we as the ANC code recognizes that through arts and culture, a sense of national identity and pride can be cultivated. Arts and culture are thus a potentially unifying force in a country divided along ethnic and cultural lines by apartheid, and it's by apartheid, close quote. With a history of colonialism and apartheid, the polarization of the people according to race and ethnicity has honed various identities and histories of the people. Our heritage as a nation is also polarized as it represents different perspectives and conditions. Under colonialism, the oppressors fortified their existence and dominance through the entrenchment of their culture, through language and imposition of cultural practices to the oppressed Black and African people. Colonialism did not only dispose people of their land and rights, but it sought to destroy the identity of the people through undermining their cultures and destroying valuables that represented the identity and wealth of the people. Let's look back at our African history in South Africa pre-colonization. The history of ancient Africans of the Mapunguwe are one example of the destruction of significant African developments and heritage. The destruction and polarization of Africans was also to distort and erase their identity so that they can assimilate to mannerisms and cultures of the oppressor, essentially positioning Africans in perpetual second-class social standing. Today, many of the Africans have little knowledge of their history and cultural evolution due to the impact of colonial conquest. This is reflected through the preservation of colonial heritage. That colonial heritage is even in our living heritage now as we speak. Indigenous sports and other cultural aspects have been eroded over the years as the colonizer prescribed living conditions and cultural expressions of the natives. The democratic government is anchored on building a nation that creates a shared heritage that represents the diversity of all. A shared heritage should be inclusive and embrace the vision of a united South Africa. A heritage that perpetuates division or a heritage that represents the conquest of Africans is inconsistent with the creation of a united nation. Nation building is a critical element of realizing the vision of our constitutional democracy. We need to address inequalities in sports, Deputy Chair, and also in arts, culture, and heritage. Chair, using sports, arts, and culture as a bedrock in the development and transformation of our heritage system, we should extend arts, culture, and heritage infrastructure, facilities, and resources beyond the colonial urban centers into peri-urban and rural communities. And that remains an apex priority of our ANC government. The ability of sports to unite and create commonality from people of diverse backgrounds illustrate the potential sports can play in forging social cohesion of any society. Sports has represented some of the greatest moments of the people of South Africa, whether in soccer, rugby, cricket, or our athletes in world competitions. The pride it forges of identifying and belonging to the South African nation should be encouraged and promoted. The creativity of our people should be harnessed through the development and provision of sports infrastructure in rural and underprivileged communities. The significance of sports as a drive of socialization requires support on promotion of sports as a public good to entertain and create friendship and harmony amongst our people. Sports mobilizes and creates commonality of interest. The commercialization of sports should not erode access and promotion of sports for all beyond commercialized competitions. Artists are also another expression of the talent and inspiration. The creative sector has one of the most significant social impact. It is the writer, for instance, that produces literature that teaches us to write and think. It is the influence of the singer that serenades us in terms of grief, happiness, or even in the struggle during our chant. It is through song that men and women expresses themselves. It is the painter who expresses our imagination and communicates an experience, perspective, or imagination. We need to gain speed, Honorable Minister, and practically increase our ability to provide support and opportunities for all South Africans of different backgrounds, regardless of their poverty or class. And this will advantage many talented people because then they'll get exposure through that. A cultural revolution is an important aspect of building a nation and shapes the social behavior and discipline of a people. We need to promote reading in our community as this is an important act of learning. Through reading and writing, we can tell our own stories and history of the world and nation. The African Renaissance requires acknowledgement and recognition of the African values and ethos of Ubuntu. Arts and culture also are key contributors in the growth and development of our society. As a nation, we need to hone and take pride in creating a heritage landscape that represents the society we seek to create. Colonial statues of conquest are purely not part of the pride of the nation, but a past that represents discrimination and division. Imagine having the bust of Verwoerd at the entrance of Robben Island. It will be really an insult and a spit on the face of South Africans. This doesn't signify discussion of history, but a path to a society where all our people belong. Culture is also not static and should not conform to false ideologies of division and oppression. We should enshrine values of solidarity and humanness as a trait of all people in their diversity, effectively contributing to building a cohesive and united society through arts culture and heritage. Deputy Chair, the erasure of women in our history and public discourse and the celebration of men should be an aspect our national heritage equalizes. The celebration of the contribution of women in the liberation of the country and the role in building our society should find expression in our lived reality. The African National Congress is committed to ensure that there is continuous building of national monuments to commemorate and remember our rich history of heritage. The commemoration of our rich history should also address the erasure of the contribution of women and to humanity and our nation. The symbolic dominance of men in monuments and statues, particularly those of apartheid, if looking at our past, perpetuates a patriarchy and erases the standing and contribution of women. We need to change this. We should celebrate strong and brave leaders in times of peace and war, like Mantatisi, who was a leader of the Batokwa people in the early 19th century. We should also celebrate women leaders like Queen Mojaji of the Balobedu from Limpopo, our reign queen. May her soul rest in peace. And the present ones and the coming reign queens who will follow. Women leaders like Charlotte Maxake, who inspired women for decades in South Africa. The commitment and role in the emancipation of women by Charlotte Maxake, who was the first woman to earn an international degree, has contributed to the social progression of women. Arts can play a significant role in memorializing women. Living culture should be used to tell the story of women as part of building a nation that values women, to influence the social behavior and understanding of non-sexism. Commercialization of social life comes with a lot of limitation in ensuring representativity as globalization is driven by commercial interest. Globalization should not erode the wealth of our traditions and knowledge system. The preservation of our history and heritage must be used as a vehicle to empower people to be proud of their culture, history, and traditions. We contribute to our living heritage by consistently and constantly practicing our customs and traditions. This is part of the inheritance that we have received from our ancestors. And this inheritance must be passed on to future generations. This contributes immensely to protection and preservation of our heritage, oral traditions, oral histories, rituals, and indigenous knowledge systems. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we should ensure that the repatriation of African artifacts in foreign countries, as it is important to enrich the domestic wealth of culture and knowledge. We should promote sports and arts in our schools and not see this skill as less important because the sector is highly commercialized. The South African creatives should own and benefit from the commercial benefits of our arts and its promotion. We should embrace all our 11 official languages as they are equal. We should all continue to learn other languages to promote and improve communication, to foster social cohesion and our diversity. We should not be apologetic to apartheid. We should not, it really worries, it baffles the mind when people who have experienced apartheid, some of them end up remarking that they think apartheid was better than freedom. Those are people who have lost their souls, and yeah, they don't have any room in South Africa. I thank you, Chairperson. Amanda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. We will now continue with the debate. And Honorable Baha will take the debate forward.
Amanda.
Thank you.
How are you too?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans, it is again that time of the year wherein we look at our heritage and what it really means to us as a country. This is supposed to promote and enhance social cohesion
peace, reconciliation, and economic development for all South Africans. Many politicians who are meant to set an example to young people regarding nation building and reconciliation abuse platforms afforded to them by virtue of being their positions to mobilize support around divisive issues in our country. It is the time wherein intolerance and disrespect for others in society is also the reason why murder, violence, and abuse of women and children perpetrated by men has become a national crisis. It is the time that the ruling party, ANC, has abandoned its heritage and that of South Africans in a corruption frenzy. Making the quickest way to money through corruption has defined what has become of the former glorious movement. Ubuntu, Freedom Charter, and human rights has become something of the past. Self-enrichment has replaced everything that this country has ever stood for. We are now in the middle of coronavirus, and yet we are talking about prominent individuals who are in the middle of theft and looting for themselves while ordinary South Africans are waiting for their 350 rands to make a living. We are in a crisis wherein many South Africans have lost their jobs due to the virus, and yet prominent individuals like ANC politicians and their sons and daughters are making a killing for themselves. It's mainly after this milking of state resources that President Ramaphosa came out openly about those who are defrauding the state to make money for themselves. This cannot be acceptable when the people of this country still think that they are in a country that cares and looks after their interests. Heritage sustainability in communities is mainly about people living together and making means of livelihood together. It is about people celebrating their lives as a community, and that cannot happen if others are living on them like parasites. We need to return to what made us proud to be South African. The Rainbow Nation formed under the government of national unity needs to be the one thing that holds us together. The goodwill of the 2010 World Cup, 2019 Rugby World Cup needs to be the heritage that our children should have inherited. But it is all lost in a polarized nation driven apart by self-enrichment and self-serving agendas. We need to stop tearing down each other's history. By doing that, we are pushing each other away. As one group feels marginalized, they lash out, insulting others. The result is reprisal, which pushes the two further apart. The funds provided to artists through the relief fund can never be said to be enough. This puts into consideration that the lockdown period took longer than anticipated, making artists unable to make a living. Still, now with curfews and limits on gatherings, performers are not able to make a living. It is also important for the relief fund to provide something for the theaters and venues. The consideration of assistance to the theater employees through the forthcoming government employment stimulus is most welcome. Weddings and conference venues should also be considered. There has to be dialogues amongst the people of South Africa so as to understand one another. We need to do away with harmful practices that put others in danger so as to scare them away from the rest of the population. As South Africans, we had a difficult past, and part of it is understanding how we got to where we are today. It is therefore important to understand how we got into the beautiful yet complicated present, which with all the different races, cultures that we are. We need to break down barriers, not make new ones. What has put us where we are is the mistrust and misunderstanding and lack of knowledge about who we are, our frustrations and expectations of moving forward as a country. If we were to get closer to each other with an attempt to understand each other's frustrations, we might get to know who we are as a nation. COVID-19 has taught us that we can stand together as a nation. It has shown us that you can have things abundantly, but the have-nots make it difficult for you to enjoy what you have. Leave those who are still trying to amass everything for themselves. We are a beautiful nation that does everything good when we want to. Let us all stand up and reach out to the masses of our country. Let us celebrate our shared heritage. Let us celebrate our individual heritage and recognize one another, united in our diversity, just like the preamble to the Constitution says. Singalakha elizwe lakowethu ngokubambisana nangentsebenziswano. Enkosi isihlalo ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baha. Next, to continue with the debate is Honorable Kanti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to debate under the theme Reviving Communities and Improving Their Quality of Life Through Heritage. Good afternoon to everyone, member of NCOP and invited guests, and the Minister. It is befitting to bid farewell to one of the giants of our legal fraternity, a fighter of apartheid regime in South Africa, who stood side by side with the Rivonia trialists and the masses of our country. Farewell, Advocate George Bizos. May his soul rest in peace. True to the resilient character of South Africans, we have once more withheld the COVID-19 storm, and as announced by President Ramaphosa, we are now moving to alert level 1. This heritage of resilience we were taught by our forebears, and once again we showed that working together we can achieve a lot. Chairperson, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa's vision declares that all the people of South Africa have the right to celebrate their heritage. The preamble of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa further states that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. It is for this reason that democratic South Africa is founded on the spirit of nation building, unity, and social cohesion. The social compact that we have entered into a country advocates for the utilization of cultural heritage as a building block to construct a new nation and identity that unites the rainbow nation, guided by the Constitution and the spirit of Ubuntu. Preservation of heritage is crucial in ensuring that our heritage footprint shall be taught, enjoyed, and understood by the generations to come in its proper context. The dawn of democracy has brought in various avenues of advancing our economic goals through culture and heritage, which encompasses sites and symbols which are of archaeological and tourist interest. It is our considered view, Honorable Chairperson, that all rural communities must be engaged in the upliftment of their district through heritage. This will ensure that they participate in the identification and the registration of their heritage sites. Needless to say, this will also result in tourist attraction, employment creation, and higher revenue collection to our province. Eastern Cape, for example, is endowed with rich and diverse heritage that includes our inherited natural and cultural resources. Supported accordingly, we have an opportunity to utilize this heritage as catalyst for socio-economic rejuvenation. We also have an opportunity to develop and promote our heritage resources so that this can contribute to local economic development. Our historic, cultural, artistic, and religious knowledge that attracts people from all parts of the world need to be jealously guarded and protected by the entire world and humanity at large. Such Such must be done not only as the sense of preserving belonging somewhere, so-called open quote, sense of place, close quote, but also as impetus to mitigate the impacts of cultural globalization and become incentive for sustainable development. As a province of the Eastern Cape, we appreciate the work of various provinces, departments, and agencies who are tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that heritage transformation and preservation is inclusive. The full participation of communities that surround these heritage sites should be brought to the center of this debate in order for this House to strengthen the reforms that encourages the inclusion of people around the heritage sites into the mainstream of the economy for the sustainable livelihood. We believe that the private sector and all other social partners have a larger role to play in imparting knowledge and skills on how they can best utilize the sites as catalysts to change their economic situation of the inhabitants for the better. Honorable Chairperson, the eruption of the coronavirus in our midst compels our government to reconsider programs offering to meet the current challenges as posed by the virus. As a province of the Eastern Cape, we are encouraged to learn that some programs have hit the ground, running in the form of virtual museum and festival. Museum and archive centers are our heritage repositories, and as such, they need all our support and innovative ideas and talents. Part of innovative utilization of our museum and archive centers is the whole concept of incorporating internet cafes, coffee shops, and curios as part of museum design. This is a concept that must be supported and adapted by all these centers in the country. Where possible and necessary, they may include our art and craft hubs, which remain largely underutilized and at times neglected by social partners. We must indeed think out of the box if we are to ensure sustainable utilization of our heritage resources towards improving the quality of our people. For example, Chairperson, the full participation of communities that surrounds the heritage sites should be brought to the center of this debate in order for this House to strengthen the reforms that encourages the inclusion of people around heritage sites in the mainstream of the economy of the sustainable livelihood. Drakensberg Mountains, Ukahlamba, peaks that rises to 3.48 men are the highest range in Southern Africa. They are situated in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, and they were declared as World Heritage Site in 2000. They cover the area between Pietermaritzburg, Escort, and Greytown. There are many poor rural villages situated around the area. Zwelicha, Moyeni, Betani, Tindwa, and others, who are the foothills of the Drakensberg Mountains, but they have very little knowledge on how they can be able to use their heritage sites as catalysts to change their economic situation for the best. Humans and heritage are inseparable, and they have mutually adapted to being close for over a long period of time. Hence, the presence of our government departments, sports, arts and culture and recreation, who most of them work tirelessly building the capacity of our communities to know more on how to benefit ethically from the environment. Yabona ke sihlalo lento yengebo yalamalwandle elizwe lakwethu exhatshazwa ngabathile iyasikhathaza thina singamalungu yendlu yowiso-mthetho wamaphondo. The ocean economy must be expeditiously transformed so that we can see our people being owners of fishers, trawlers, and ocean liners during our lifetime. As the House of Legends, we are particularly pleased that the democratic government has built and continues to construct new national symbols and including statues that are celebrating freedom and democracy, while at the same time narrating story of the long walk to freedom. These symbols are strategically positioned to promote nation building, unity, peace, reconciliation, and local economic development. They also form part of the province's resistance and liberation heritage route and support its brand as the home of legends. In conclusion, Chairperson, it is important for this House to know that the recognition and investment on the cultural and heritage sites becomes a source of tourist attraction because they demonstrate a unique platform to view natural beauty, learn and explore cultures and countries. The link between tourism and heritage site is evident and could support sustainable economic prospects for our country and the world. UNESCO is set up to keep world
As you
heritage.
conclude, honorable member, as you conclude.
Okay, UNESCO to keep world heritage sites and countries to origin aligned with world standards. That would ensure that they are safe. There are no alteration to their natural origins and are accessible to all people of the world. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable member. The next person that will continue the debate is Honorable Mokause.
Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, we know who we are and we know the direction.
We don't hear you now.
We don't
hear you now.
No, ask the host to unmute me.
You are unmuted, you can continue.
Chairperson, we know where this country and the continent should go. Therefore, Chairperson, we will not allow those in power to derail such important debates, brush us off so that we accept the heritage of white settlers. House Chairperson, in the dictionary, heritage is defined as the full range of our inheritance traditions, monuments, objects, and culture. Most importantly, Chair, it is a range of contemporary activities, meanings, and behaviors that we draw from them. A question we have persistently asked as economic freedom fighters is that, what is the full range of our inheritance traditions, monuments, objects, and culture as a nation? What significance are we trying to convey to this generation and the next through these inherited traditions? If inheritance is indeed a full range of our inherited capacities and incapacities, then perhaps we need to redefine what we have inherited and what is meant for us today. Reflecting on the impact of the 1930 Native Land Act, Chair, Sol Plaatje Road, what is perhaps the most chilling opening of any in native life in South Africa, he writes. Awaking on Friday morning, June 20, 1913, South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pere in the land of his birth. Chairperson Plaatje Road, years after natives were conquered through wars, had their land violently dispossessed by the white settlers, and the beginning of the consolidation of their dispossession through laws. He urges that colonialism reduce natives to pere in the land of their forefathers. House Chairperson, this is such an important matter of debate. We have to ask ourselves today, in the position of natives, in the social, economic, historical, and infra that in South Africa has changed in any way, and it has not. What then is our heritage? Colonialism and apartheid, in order to achieve complete subjugation of the African people and to take control of the resources, richness of this country, first had to destroy the House chairperson. They demonized our belief system, discredited our names, mocked our language, annexed our land, and forced us into wage labor so that each and every aspect of African life will be dependent on them. Pathetic. The struggle for national liberation was not merely for us to walk freely without being harassed. It was not for us to drink expensive whiskies and play golf.
Chairperson.
The struggle was for the declamation of our African personality in its entirety, for the destruction of all the sick and inhumane tendencies brought about by settler communities.
Chair. Call for order. Continue, Makausi.
It's not an order, Chair.
No, what is the problem?
She is not audible. It's Honorable Gaia from Eastern Cape. I am trying to listen to the member. She is not audible. Can she probably not be loud, too loud? I am trying to reason, or I'm trying to understand what she's saying.
Honorable member, we are dealing with a time here. And can you please allow the member to continue?
No, it's fine. Thank you, Chairperson.
We didn't call order, so let us continue.
Our chairperson, thank you. That member must concentrate on her.
Honorable Makause, continue with your debate.
She must concentrate on her legislature issues. The struggle was for the uprooting of all greed introduced to this country by the descendants of Europe, to rid the country of all the oppression that is essentially European tendencies to do, and that's synonymous with the development of Europe and the white race, and to recreate a society where people will be valued just for being people. It was, in essence, a struggle for reclamation of African culture and heritage, about the recentering of African life experience. This had to entail the reclamation of all that was lost during colonialism, and primarily the reclamation of the land, which represent the identity of our being. Today, 26 years after the attainment of political freedom, no significance whatsoever transformation as envisioned by the forebearers of our liberation struggle has taken place. Chair, rather we have been further entrenched of the culture of oppression that Black people fought against. We have observed that in thought and deed, the ANC has become true descendants and guardian of white heritage and culture of stealing, killing, and elite enrichment. What we have right here and now is not African heritage. It's a heritage of our oppressors who came here to steal and murder our forefathers. As a result of their evil criminal deeds, their descendants still own more than 80% of South African land. They still control 90% of the country's economy, and their language are still dominant in both public and the private sector. Chair, universities are still centers of continuation of the culture of theft and murder that the former oppressors instilled. This very parliament has become an extension of this culture and heritage of our oppressors. We still are stewards of laws and tradition that vulgarize African heritage. What we have in this country at this moment is a continuation of culture and heritage of those who not so long ago viewed us as savages. There is no genuine African heritage we can proud of that as a result of any done by the ANC after 1994. But despite all this, Chairperson, African people are a resilient bunch who refuses to be disseminated by the ANC and the handlers of white supremacists. Our people are forging ahead in redefining a culture, a heritage they can be proud of. They realize that this culture and heritage will never see light of the day until African people finally defeat the evil demon of apartheid and capitalism by taking over ownership of custodianship of our land, our minerals, and all the wealth of this country. Chairperson, there can be no improvement of quality of lives through promotion of culture of assimilation and subjection. So we urge that we must go back to the source, redefine our heritage through the recognition that our inheritance as a country, an inheritance of dispossession, and that we must correct this historical injustice first before we can genuinely speak about enjoyment of collective heritage from which we can all benefit. We are going to take back the land. We are going to restore the dignity of a Black child. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. Honorable Hlope will continue the debate. The MEC from Gauteng, Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation.
Honorable Chair, and in his absence, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister, MPs and MPLs present, distinguished guests. In his 1970 lecture, Amika Cabral contends the central role of cultural heritage in the national liberation process as follows. History teaches us that in certain circumstances, it is very easy for the foreigner to impose his domination on a people. But it also teaches us that whatever may be the material aspects of this domination, it can be maintained only by the permanent, organized repression of the cultural life of the people concerned. Heritage may be very painful and troublesome, depending on the group you belong to, resulting in the contestation of history and heritage. Thinking about the Sharpeville massacre, the Alexander massacre, Buipatong massacre, these exemplify the consistent pain of families for their loved ones who died in the front line of resisting the colonial apartheid rule. Today's sitting is significant as we celebrate South Africa's Heritage Month and the 26th anniversary of the birth of our democracy. Heritage Month reminds us of our sense of origin, our roots and history. Nobel laureate Soyiga, in discussing heritage, points out that heritage is a product of our collective memory. Our cultural memory is embedded in the history of our struggle for a non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous and democratic society. Heritage Month is therefore significant to celebrate as it gives us the opportunity to deeply reflect on the positive aspects of our country as achieved and experienced. This month allows us to learn from the past of those who came before us. Most importantly, we are celebrating the relentless resistance against slavery, colonization, and apartheid systems. Deputy Chair, it remains our mandate to preserve the memories of those who came before us, those who have consolidated the struggles for building a united South Africa based on the will of the people. Heritage is an essential element, therefore, the history of the people, function both as an indicator and a result of historical processes, and a critical determinant of history still to come. Succinctly put, our heritage is a carrier of the values of which our communities' economic and political life evolves. Honorable Deputy Chair, Heritage Month encourages us to come together to celebrate our cultural diversity and rich history. As former President Nelson Mandela highlighted, when our first democratically elected government decided to make heritage one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help us build a new nation. The celebration of this month from diverse cultural backgrounds gives credence to the notion of nation building, the nation and unity. We must capitalize on using the heritage as a way of reviving our communities and improving the quality of life. In reviving our communities through heritage, the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation has established heritage societies in our municipalities. These structures play an essential role in identifying our heroes and heroines of our liberation struggle. Through the socio-cultural establishment, we preserve our heritage. Through the identification of heroes and heroines, our heritage roots are created. Heritage roots are not only culturally and traditionally embedded in our history, but are also linked to our tourism sector. Vilakazi Street in Soweto, for instance, attracts international and local tourists, bringing this diverse grouping to enjoy not just the rich history of our locality, but also to interact with its people and each other through food and dance, building social cohesion. It is with no doubt our heritage roots and sites continue to enormously transform our sector and assist in developing our country and communities. Making these sites accessible involves the development of various economic infrastructural improvements. Investing in heritage roots, therefore, gives local communities the ability to benefit from the social and economic infrastructural development, whilst providing an opportunity for them to showcase their cultural and heritage crafts, providing an opportunity for them to sustain themselves. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Freedom Charter commits us to restore the heritage of all South Africans. Identifying heritage roots and preserving the social, cultural history of our country is not only the benefit of our generation, but for generations to come. Part and parcel of celebrating our Heritage Month is the task of confronting our dark past decisively. It is therefore our responsibility as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to transform our heritage landscape by ensuring that it serves as a celebration of our heroes and heroines, of struggle, and not that of colonial and apartheid architects. Whilst telling the tale of our history involves both the good and the bad, we remain convinced that it is the tale of victory. We must rise, and we must therefore ensure that the actors rise and this history is told. Deputy Chair, the tendency of history to erase women or to render them invisible in shaping our history must be stopped. To mitigate against this invisibility, in Gauteng, we have built the Women's Monument, which honors the contribution of women to our struggle for liberation. This monument is part of the infrastructural development entrenched in the history of women's resistance for our struggle for national democratic society. Our department will further refurbish the house of Mam Charlotte Matleke and Mam Margaret Gazo, who was the coordinator of the 1956 march and played a critical role in shaping the history of our labor movement. We're also establishing the interpreting centers in Mabopane, which will depict the life of Franz Barth and her role in the struggle for national democracy. This is an essential aspect of telling our history, and it speaks to an important agenda of decolonizing and dismantling patriarchy of identity in our heritage by giving a voice to women and magnifying their presence. Deputy Chair, heritage is embedded in the accumulation of experiences of the indigenous people. In this regard, the cultural experience and heritage needs to be safeguarded and protected to protect the experiences of the majority of our people. There's no natural or spontaneous extinction of a culture or the heritage of a nation. Its erosion takes place as a result of lacking the ability to integrate the transfer of knowledge from the old to the new. Intergenerational integration, therefore, within our heritage work is paramount. For the past centuries, African history and the heritage were determined by a Euro-American modernity. In the accumulation of hegemony, Anton Gramsci articulates that political and economic domination does not always take place through force and the barrel of the gun, but also through cultural and heritage domination. There is a need for heritage and cultural control to fully proclaim the self-determination of our country and the reviving of our communities. We embark on a socio-economic radical program to empower artists, filmmakers, and scriptwriters. We do so they may narrate our African tales our way and commercialize them to magnify the African tale and our footprint and the transfer of knowledge into the globe. History has taught us that not all guests that come act in goodwill and good faith. This era must therefore give birth to many stories whose truth stems from its originators and exemplify what Joanna Achembe advises, that until the lion tells its side of the story, the tale of the hunt will always be told to glorify the hunter. The colonizers of Africa forced Africa to forget the first pages of her history. And we now have learned that the first pages of our history and our history books is more important because they contain within them information about the genesis of today and tomorrow. Chair, I want to conclude by closing with the words of President Nelson Mandela when he says, "Our rich and varied cultural heritage has the profound power to help us build our nation. Heritage and culture have the potential for nation building and uniting our nation, reviving our communities and improving the quality of life. Our heritage is our pride as South Africans." I thank you. Ngiyabonga, ngiyaleboga, nakenza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shlope. We will continue with the debate and we will call on Honorable Mavimbela, MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation from KwaZulu-Natal. Continue the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister of Sport, Art and Culture, Nyambose, MECs present, honorable members present, distinguished guests, and all those who follow us from different social media platforms. Honorable Chairperson, the topic as it stands is premised on the cultural of human rights, in particular the rights of individual and community to the promotion of their material and non-material well-being. Promotion of the quality of life is crucial in a country such as ours. With a multifaceted legacy of dichotomy, part of this legacy of the past include the apartheid geography of population settlement, differentials in infrastructure development, rural-urban dichotomy, and sectional possession and use of surplus value alongside pockets of deprivation. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, a lot has been done to mediate the historic challenges of our country, but a lot also still needs to be done. What is heritage? The concept of heritage refers to inherited tangibles, such as monuments and objects of pride or disaster. The objects of pride include the products of human inventiveness, such as attire, cultural artifacts, and implements, historical sites and remains, as well as gifts of our nature, such as rivers, gorges, wildlife, and landforms, are among the treasures, tangibles of significance. They constitute items of cultural and economic interest. The concept of heritage also refers to inherited intangibles, such as traditions, practices, and experiences of honor or suffering. They constitute the non-material aspect of culture, such as ceremonies, socialization, sessions, and celebrations. Heritage is the subject of reflection, discussion, and debate as regards what should be promoted, enjoyed, conserved, or discarded, and regretted, as well as learned from. In order to build for the future, what we have inherited from the past is a rich and complex mix of racial and ethnic groups. Our diversity runs across the racial spectrum, which is made largely of Africans, whites, Indian, and coloreds. A diverse society provides a greater opportunity for learning about and appreciating the values of human interaction and intercultural communication, as well as challenges of coexistence. Therefore, in dealing with issues of heritage, we have to explore and build creatively on virtues of commonality and diversity, particularly when it comes to intangible items of heritage. In this respect, our task, among other things, entails promotion of unity alongside respect for diversity and its correlative cultural expressions. It is very desirable that a Heritage Day should be celebrated in a certain way, which accord its significance and encompasses our history, culture, discoveries, and inventions. This can be done by drawing up programs which will make us replay the lives of our elders and departed heroes and heroines of the different sectors of our nation. The challenge that some people seem to have is that since we have different cultures, it is difficult to celebrate together. It is not. It is that diversity, which is also our heritage. We don't have to force ourselves to celebrate common culture. In fact, our common culture is a diversity culture. Living in the same country, we consciously, directly, and indirectly get exposed to different cultures. We will be the richer. We will be the richer if encourage people respect and celebrate culture in a dignified way. We cherish the philosophy of our forefathers. In 1996, the first president of our democratic South Africa, Utata Nelson Mandela, once said, and I quote, "When our first democratically elected government decided to make Heritage Day one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our nation," close quote. Our nation will be built by honoring the beacons that were pitched by those who braved the social, political, and economic storms of their times and triumphed. We need to celebrate what made them tick, what gave them hope, what consoled them under trying times of colonialism and apartheid. Heritage is an important aspect of life and the economy of KwaZulu-Natal. In fact, KwaZulu-Natal has a rich heritage which has yet to reach its potential impact in the economic life of the province. The unique selling point about the tripartite heritage of KwaZulu-Natal is that all three components are inherited from solid and ages old civilization, the Zulu from the Nguni Soto Venda, the British from Anglo-Saxon Celtic, and the Indian from the Hindu Muslims. KwaZulu-Natal has seen its heritage going through the evolution, the transition, the transformation of questions of power of authority from the colonial to the apartheid to the new democracy ushered in 1994 in South Africa. Over the decades, KwaZulu-Natal have evolved multicultural society. In addition to the Zulu heritage, the province boasts of Afrikaner, English, and Indian cultural heritage. This unity of cultural heritage is a potential source of economic strength if properly harnessed. The Department of Arts and Culture's position is KwaZulu-Natal, a cultural melting pot, and unity in diversity is its principal policy stance. The position of the department is that heritage sustainability can only be ensured through equal investing in all three cultural streams that contribute to the cultural melting pot of KwaZulu-Natal. Historically marginalized cultural communities must not only be beneficiaries of the heritage policies, programs, schemes designed to improve their lives, but must be principal actors and agents in the heritage industry. The only guarantee of heritage sustainability in the province and improvement of the quality of life of the citizen is the full participation of grassroots communities in all aspects of heritage. Communities must be involved in economic tourism and all forms of local development. This view is in line with the second phase of the transition and radical economic transformation, which are the pillars of the transformative agenda of the governing party, the ANC. In fact, new concept in heritage management advocated by the UNESCO and the policy of our country is to ensure that there is adequate local community participation in the identification of local heritage resources and administration. Therefore, the KwaZulu-Natal province will be first province in the Republic of South Africa to come up with integrated model for community participation through the district heritage forums. The department will continue to engage communities with the aim of creating awareness about previously marginalized cultural heritage resources, and this shall be achieved by organizing heritage events, erecting monuments, heritage markers and statues, as well as conducting research aimed at unearthing critical resources neglected by the previous dispensation of mainstream heritage resource management. The department also conducts cutting-edge heritage-related research, which is the cornerstone of heritage resource management. Particularly, it is in a context where much of the cultural heritage resources of previously marginalized groups in the country still needs to be identified for effectiveness preservation. South Africa in general, and KwaZulu-Natal in particular, are ravaged by poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In spite of the massive strides that have been made by the democratic government.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
To improve the quality of social existence of the majority of the people. Heritage tourism is one of the weapons in the arsenal of the government of KwaZulu-Natal to remedy the economic hardships experienced by the majority of our people. I think the theme of this year is clearly indicating that as the governing party, we are clear on celebrating South Africa's living human treasures. The essence of this theme is best captured by the then Deputy President, Utata Ramaphosa, when he said, and I quote, "Living heritage plays an important role in promoting cultural diversity, social cohesion, reconciliation, peace, and economic development in every community. They are living human treasures who possesses a high degree of knowledge, skills, and history pertaining to different aspects of a diverse living heritage. It is therefore important for South Africans to reclaim, restore, and preserve these various aspects of living heritage to accelerate its use to address the challenges communities are facing today. Heritage Month is an opportune time for South Africans of all races, color, creed, gender, and religions, beliefs, celebrate their uniqueness." A close quote. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will continue with the debate and we will request the Honorable Du Toit to continue.
Voorzitter. According to the Collins Dictionary, a country's heritage is all the qualities, traditions, and features of life that have continued over many years and have been passed on from one generation to another. It's also known as inheritance, legacy, birthright, or lot. South Africa is blessed to have diverse cultures, each with their own unique custom and own heritage. The Constitution is clear when it states in the preamble that the people of South Africa respect those who have worked to build and develop the country and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Be proud of who and what you are. Be proud to be brown. Be proud to be black. Be proud to be white. Voorzitter, ek kan vandag sonder verwyte of skuldgevoel my kop omhoog, sonder om op ander neer te sien, dit met trots uitroep. Ek is wit, ek is Afrikaner, ek is 'n Suid-Afrikaner en ek is 'n man. Ek is trots op my erfenis, my kultuur en my taal. Trots dat ek 'n afstammeling van 'n volk is wat die onbekende trotseer het om in die rooi Afrika grond geformeer te word tot 'n groepering wat met sy een hand op die ploeg en die ander op God se woord bygedra het om te bou en nie af te breek nie. Ek is trots om, soos dit soveel keer al opgeskryf is, te lag en te sing in my taal, te skryf in my taal, lief te hê in my taal en ook te veg in my taal. Vandag se debat bevestig weer eens die behoefte en belangrikheid van moedertaalonderrig en 'n eie kultuur waarop jy mag trots wees. Jay, our heritage is the legacy that we leave behind for generations to come. The results of the way in which we act today, work and govern will be bestowed on those who will follow in our footsteps. We need to ask ourselves the question, will your actions be to the benefit of our children? Are we contributing in a positive way? Every meeting we have, every discussion and every debate is an action in real time that forms the history of tomorrow. My voorvaders het soos ek vandag gesweet onder die juk van onderdrukking. Hulle het nie bes gegee nie, maar met die kreunende osse waar die weg oor berg en kraans gebaan om weer te bou, om weer te vorm, by te dra tot 'n pragtige Suid-Afrika. My voorvaders het soos ons vandag geveg vir ons taal, vir ons kinders se toekoms en opvoeding met beskerming van ons waardes sonder om ekskuus te sê. My voorvaders het soos ons vandag wag gestaan, patrollie gery met paraatheid hul kosbaars te beskerm, vrou, kind en huis. My voorvaders het soos ons vandag plan gemaak om ander te help, aangepas by tipografie, weersomstandighede. My voorvaders het soos ons vandag voet neergesit en gesê, genoeg is genoeg, sonder om 'n ander te blameer, saam te staan en die regte ding te doen. Ek is trots om te erken dat daar in my kultuur ruimte is om myself uit te leef, uit te druk en deel te neem op alle vlakke. Nie omdat iemand anders geleenthede geskep het nie, nee, omdat ek deel is van 'n groepering wat innoverend is, 'n kultuur het wat voorsiening maak vir die dag van môre, 'n groepering wat 'n soltek bou, die taalmonument bewonder wat erkenning gee aan ander inheemse tale in Suid-Afrika en nou meer as ooit hande vat om dit wat ons het vir ons kinders te bewaar. Liewe vriend, wie is jy om mismoedig te wees as God het goed gedink het dat jy in hierdie tyd moet leef? Ons kan onsself die vraag vra. Ons elkeen het 'n verantwoordelikheid teenoor onsself, ons eggenote en ons kinders om nie moed op te gee nie. Ons is ons voorouers se nalatenskap. Gekultiveerd, weltertale, innoverend, behulpsaam, vriendelik, nederig en trots. In closing, Chair, ons het elkeen 'n plig om nou meer as ooit nie te transformeer in dit wat ons is prys te gee nie, maar om die gelouterde goue kultuur van menswees wat in ons are loop te beskerm, te vertroetel en aan ons kinders oor te dra. Laat die erwe van ons vadere vir ons kinders erwe bly. Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie man, Honorable Jutwe. Ons gaan voort met die debat. We are continuing with the debate and we are requesting the Honorable Lindiwe Nchali, MEC for Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation of Mpumalanga, to continue with the debate.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Malibongwe.
The Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Masondo, the Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Lucas, our Honorable NCOP members, our special delegates from NCOP, all our guests that are following us today, ladies and gentlemen, let me appreciate Honorable Chair, the opportunity given to ourselves as special delegates from provinces to come and debate on the topic that is reviving community and improving their lives through quality of life, through heritage. Honorable Chair, this September month gives us an opportunity to embrace our cultural diversity through heritage programs, through our society in terms of evolving over the time. It helps us to examine our history, where we come from. Also, it helps us to examine our tradition and enable us to develop awareness about ourselves and understand and explain why and where we're going and why we are here. The former President Kgalema Motlanthe once said during his State of the Nation address, since the arrival of white settlers in the land now known as South Africa, names, places have been used as means of dispossession, both physical and psychological. Colonial authorities named the rivers, mountains, and forests of South Africa as a means of asserting domination of the land and its occupants. This has adversely affected our cultural identity and eroded our heritage values that embrace our uniqueness as Africans and their land. Honorable Chair, we must guard against the constitutional imbalances and disregard of our African customary law under this democratic dispensation. One of the pieces of legislation that promotes our heritage and custom is the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act of 1998, which discriminate unfairly against women in pre-polygamy marriages based on gender, race, ethnic, or social origin. And the Constitutional Court delivered it invalid and ordered that it must be amended to align with the Bill of Rights conferred in Chapter 2 of our Constitution. We call upon our government to fast-track the finalization of the amendment of the bill, bring back about the sought relief, and restore the dignity, heritage, and custom of our African people. This year's National Heritage is the day that is planned to be hosted in Limpopo province under the theme Celebrating South Africa's Living Human Treasury. Madam Chair, allow me to appreciate the President to announce the easing down of the lockdown restriction to alert level 1. The decision will allow the various sectors which could not operate under higher alert levels to now resume their programs. Indeed, this is a progressive decision. It should be supported to stimulate the economy, to create the much needed job that could revive our communities through heritage and sustainable program to promote our artwork, our cultural African food, tourism, our craftsmen, so that they can display and make sure that the economy is boosted. A broader concept of sustainable development includes not only environmental, but also economic, cultural, heritage, enhances environmental, social, cultural, and economic sustainability. Cultural heritage can contribute towards a well-being of a quality of life of communities. It can help mitigate the impact of cultural globalization and can become an incentive for sustainable economic development. Honorable Chair, the preservation of cultural heritage is often understood as a barrier to economic development through various economic benefits that can be generated by cultural heritage and the preservation and creation of income, jobs, job training, maintenance of craftsman skill, revival of the city centers, heritage tourism, increase in property values, enhancement of small business, etc. The reuse of our abandoned and or inefficiently used historic building is fundamental for reviving communities and improving quality of life. In order to implement the sustainable development strategies and to improve the quality of life, is essential to recognize cultural heritage as a value, resource, and development incentive. The influence of immovable cultural heritage on implementing strategies of sustainable development. The role of cultural heritage, it is a basic means for avoiding the trend of cultural globalization, creation of sustainable communities, and a possible impact of heritage sources on economic development and sources productivities. Madam Chair also was saying our heritage is a keystone of our culture that plays an important role in our politics, society, business, worldview. Our country forms part of the global community that must have a distinct features and distinguish it from other countries. And to find these distinctive, we must also identify our living treasures as iconic features that elevate our heritage. In Mpumalanga, we have one of our own, Dr. Mahlangu, Esther Mahlangu, was saying These are the living human treasures within our communities who possess a high degree of skills, knowledge, and history pertaining to different aspects of diverse living heritage, our tangible and interchangeable and natural heritage, which will associate myths, legends, traditions, memories to provide a common language that enable us to communicate with each other on a deeper level in a unique way to the outside world. In shaping our society, therefore becomes very important for the country to reclaim, restore, preserve the various aspects of living heritage, to accelerate the use of living heritage to address challenges in our communities that they are facing today. Honorable Chair, as the Department of Culture, Sport and Recreation in Mpumalanga, we appreciate that our indigenous knowledge system deserves to be recognized and appreciated and be given the parity of esteem the same way the Western knowledge system in our education, culture, religion, and innovation. We must also appreciate the continuous efforts made by our government to respond to issues raised by our communities regarding preservation of our heritage through the adopted National Living Heritage Policy. The policy aims to arrest continuing marginalization and lack of identification, promotion and preservation of South Africa's vast and diverse indigenous language that until this far have been neglected, not been accorded the official recognition and the promotion the Western knowledge system enjoys. As we celebrate our heritage, we seek to promote the richness and diverseness of our indigenous knowledge system, create awareness on the evil of gender-based violence, and encourage our living human treasures to champion the care of women and children within our communities. Also expose our youth, our young people, through our African indigenous heritage so that they can know themselves who they are. Also, using it as a moral compass that guides our communities, also making sure that we promote cultural appropriateness and cultural feminism in how women and children are meant to be spoken and to care for, as for the inculcation in our societal values within our history and heritage. As we commemorate also our centenaries of the late resistance liberation struggle icons and honor their contributions towards a South Africa that is free. Our national symbols should be used as a glue to unite this country and our communities, and the national anthem and the national flag, the protea. Honorable Chair, communities and the youth in particular must continuously be taught how to be patriotic, observe the national flag, visit some of these iconic monuments and heritage sites as embedded with our historical origins. In our beautiful province of Mpumalanga, we have sites such as Kgodwana Cultural Village, Nomoya Masilela Museum, Pilgrim Rest, Barberton Heritage Museum, Makonjwa Mountain, God's Window, Samora Machel Monuments, and many other more, Honorable Chair, creating the next generation of leaders that are conscious of their origins, which will not walk in the park and who will not abandon their African heritage, to deliberate an effort of collective decision by bold men and women, how they understand the obligation to lead this generation with values, principles that will build a culturally diverse nation which embraces all ethnic groups. Great leaders possesses special attributes that distinguishes from others. In their acumen, they are highly conscious about the importance of history, culture, in order to preserve the identity and understand direction they are going. We want to thank the communities and our sectors.
Honorable MEC, as you conclude.
Yes, want to thank them as they have inputted on the customary bill and allowing us as a province to partake in this important debate today. Thank you very much. Siyabonga, riyaleboga, bayadanki, ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Malibongwe nobhala.
Malibongwe.
the debate is continuing, and we have
Malibongwe nopala.
from the Democratic Alliance to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable members of this House and fellow South Africans. As was quoted by a previous speaker, in his Heritage Day address in 1996, former President Nelson Mandela said the following, and I quote, "When our first democratically elected government decided to make Heritage Day one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our new nation." Close quote. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Heritage Day is supposed to recognize and to celebrate the cultural wealth of our nation with recognition of our different backgrounds. We as South Africans celebrate Heritage Day by remembering the cultural heritage of the many cultures that make up our population. Agbare Voorzitter, met die viering van Erfenisdag is ons veronderstel om as 'n nasie saam te kom om ons land se unieke en ryk kultuurgeskiedenis te vier en ook om ons diverse kulture te omarm. Ons moet veral dink aan die erfenis wat ons vir toekomstige generasies wil nalat. Maar Voorzitter, hierdie erfenis vir ons nageslagte is een van die grootste redes waarom die onderhandelinge voor 1994 suksesvol was. Dit is daarom baie belangrik dat ons erkenning moet gee aan die onderhandelingsproses wat ons demokratiese bestel voorafgegaan het. Those negotiations aimed to unite us as a nation, not to divide us. It did not create the presence of a victorious conqueror now ruling over a defeated conquered. It was not a situation where anybody surrendered. No, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we had a negotiated settlement between people with different histories, backgrounds, cultures, and languages. It was furthermore never the aim of that negotiated settlement for any culture or history to bow its head to any other. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, history is furthermore not an exact science. There's much subjectivity involved in how we look and interpret our history. Ons as Suid-Afrikaners moet juis hierdie subjektiewe uitkyk op ons geskiedenis respekteer. As 'n voorbeeld kan ek noem dat almal van ons graag met respek na ons voorouers wil kyk. Nie een van ons wil konstant hoor hoe sleg jou pa was, of hoe min hy beteken het vir ons land se vorming, of hoe sy simbole met minagting uit ons samelewing verwyder moet word. Dit is beslis nie opbouend of versoenend nie, en juis daarom sal dit verkeerd wees om sekere dele van ons bevolking se geskiedenis te misken of te ignoreer. Versoening beteken nie dat enige van ons diversiteit en identiteit moet prysgee nie. Dit beteken ook nie dat ons moet verskoning vra vir ons velkleur, taal of kultuur nie. Ons moet juis trots wees daarop. Being a rainbow nation cannot mean that we deem certain colors, cultures, or languages within this beautiful rainbow of ours to be shining brighter than others. In order to sustain unity in our diversity, we must protect what is important to each of us as individuals. We as a united South Africa must not allow the handful of radicals among us to dictate to us what we must do with our rich and diverse heritage. Our heritage, and therefore our future, must, within the context of our diversity, be determined by those of us who have got an ambition to put South Africa first. These radicals don't want us to be united. They are interested in trying to divide us by promoting their radical political agendas. Ons kan nie toelaat dat standbeelde wat dele van ons geskiedenis weerspieël uit die samelewing verwyder moet word en na temaparke verskuif moet word net omdat die regering so sê nie. So 'n poging sal lei tot die skepping van sogenaamde gesuiwerde spasies waar slegs 'n regeringsgoedgekeurde geskiedenis uitgebeeld word en waarin slegs regeringsgoedgekeerde helde vereer kan word. Hierdie proses vereis konsultasie en ooreenstemming met gemeenskappe en belanghebbende kultuur- en geschiedenisorganisasies. Dit mag nie 'n eensydige besluit van die nasionale, provinsiale of plaaslike regerings wees nie. Hierdie verskywing na temaparke sal daartoe lei dat die regering bepaal hoe die historiese konteks aan toekomstige generasies uitgebeeld word. The unilateral moving of statues will not enhance nation building. It will instead contribute to the polarization of our society. In celebrating Heritage Day, it is important to look at the total preamble of our Constitution. It does not only rightfully say that we must honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. It goes further and it states that we must also respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. In closing, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance therefore firmly believes that, as the Constitution says, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Let us not then implement measures that will divide us, but let us rather triumph as a united nation by celebrating this diverse unity of ours on Heritage Day. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aukam. As we call on Honorable Audrey Maleka to continue the debate, we will then now request the House Chief, Honorable Ngwenya, to continue presiding over the debate. Honorable Maleka.
Well done, Veli.
Thank you. Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Minister, MPs present, special delegate, honorable members. As we remember our fallen icon, George Bizos, who sadly passed on last week, may his revolutionary soul rest in power. The debate brought forward this afternoon present an opportunity to engage and outline our policy positions and direction as the African National Congress, and articulate how we intend on strengthening our national democratic society through the heritage, aspiration, and voice of the people. Chairperson, it was former President Nelson Mandela in his address at the Heritage Day celebration in Robben Island in 1997, who made the following remarks. In affirming a joint heritage in this place, we are reminded that our noble ideas were sparked on even more by their long denial that today's unity is a triumph over yesterday's divisions and conflicts, and went further to say that with democracy, we have the opportunity to ensure that our institutions reflect history in a way that respects the heritage of all our citizens. As we reflect on the lives of many of our fallen icons, we do so in remembrance of the declaration made to the people of this country in our momentum social contract of 1955, the Freedom Charter, when we declared that the national wealth of our country, the heritage of South Africans, shall be restored to the people. In our Ready to Govern document of 1992, the African National Congress recognized need for the preservation, promotion, and exhibition of the arts and crafts in this country, and further stated that the ANC believes that a democratic state should allocate funds to the arts, which funding must be fairly and widely distributed and for the enrichment of the country, not merely for profit. This ideal has been underscored in the Country Vision 2030, the National Development Plan, that envisions a nation where South Africans will be more conscious on the things they have in common than their difference. Chairperson, when our first democratically elected government decided to place the nation's collective heritage and arts as priority, we did so because knew our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build a new nation. The country cannot achieve unity and social cohesion without reducing the gaps between rich and poor, black and white, women and men, city and country. In doing this, it is necessary to recognize the historical disadvantaged. It is also important to state that without unity, the nation cannot hope to correct the wrongs of the past. Without correcting the wrongs of the past, unity will be superficial. Chairperson, heritage is equally an important aspect in understanding the history of South Africa, our history, identity, and people. Heritage can incorporate both tangible and the intangible. It is present in many forms such as landmarks, places, buildings, spaces, views, and the stories associated with them. As a country, we share the responsibility to identify and respect what is important and pass this place to future generations so they will understand what came before them. The African National Congress, as leader of society and the majority party in government for 6th term, has the inviolable duty of being the leading actor in forging a united nation, in helping shaping the emergence of the African Renaissance. With the recent rise in incidences of racism, sexism, and all forms of violence and discrimination, particularly amongst members of the LGBTQI+ community, bring along threats that seek to reverse our gains. The right to equality is the fundamental constitutional mandate underlying all policies and the legislation and programs related to the elimination of the above challenges. The biggest threat as a country, though, are the ever-increasing levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. South Africa is the most unequal society in the world, and we remain divided along class. Racial and ethnic illness in echoing the word of my colleague and fellow comrade, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabinde. South Africa has been the most unequal society in the world due to the deep poverty and high unemployment, which affects close to 2/3 of the population. The persistence of race and gender as the determinant of inequality, poverty, and unemployment is the biggest threat to social cohesion and inclusion. She further added that the solution to all these challenges is to rethink the democratic agenda in a manner that makes actual meaning and impact positively on the quality of the lives of South Africans. Chairperson, in closing, the Freedom Charter and our Constitution both refer to what must be addressed to attain an ideal of nation building and social cohesion. Both call for a South African that belongs to all who live in it, black and white. They affirm action united in diversity. This appears to be an idea that most South Africans continue to embrace. The ANC, as the governing party, has the political and moral responsibility to provide leadership over the process of nation building and social cohesion. Pivotal to the objective is to ensure that this process reflects on open, transparent, people-oriented and people-driven initiative with the overall outcome that will serve the people of this country. I thank you.
Sathokoza wekhaya. Mrazana wankethu. Ayibongwe.
Are you not there?
Deputy Chair, you may proceed.
Can we then now call on Honorable Moraka, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture in Limpopo?
Thanks very much, Honorable.
Malibongwe igama lamakosikazi.
Yeah.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe.
Using your time, continue.
Thank you, Honorable the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, honorable members of the NCOP, Honorable Minister of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Honorable Minister Mthethwa, honorable delegates from provinces that are joining us here today, honorable members as a whole, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Dimadegwane, Liperile, Tovela. Honorable Speaker, heritage is by all intents and purpose about culture, artistic, religion, unique environment, knowledge, and other archaeological features in the land. In this regard, any intent to improve the quality of life utilizing our heritage will go a long way in strengthening our communities and livelihoods. Honorable Speaker, to be consistent with the theme of the day, I have sought to emphasize the objective of sustainability in the heritage sector. Honorable Speaker, to make it our business, all of us in this House, regardless of our political affiliation, we need to join hands in the process of ensuring that our heritage is injected with a long-lasting life over generations that are to come. Honorable Speaker, one of the critical elements of that is that our development should not erode the historical heritage sites or the other monuments that we have in the country. But we need to start focusing on the social compact that we need to drive all of us as a country in the process of advocating and promoting our cultural heritage landscape in the country of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, in his address marking the Heritage Day in 1996, our former democratic President of our country, President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, stated, and I quote, "When our first democratically elected government decided to make Heritage Day one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our new nation," close quote. Honorable Speaker, the transformation of the colonial heritage landscape is one of the biggest challenges we face from time to time as the government of today. Often the celebration of heritage brings with it the challenges relating to the manner in which specific communities have been treated in the past. Honorable Speaker, South Africa's cultural hegemony and patriarchy have seen the tradition of other races and other cultures and heritage being favored over others. Honorable Speaker, we need to start dealing with the process wherein we are going to enforce the institutional dehumanization of our people through this kind of initiatives. Honorable Speaker, for this reason, issues of heritage often bring about negative emotions and debates about the historical sufferings of the oppressed groups. Indigenous people start to think that they don't have a space to belong to in this democratic dispensation of our country. Honorable Speaker, our people continue to advocate for the land redistribution without any fail or favor, because the reason why our people want their land back is because of our ugly history that needs to be told to future generations to come. Honorable Speaker, I need to emphasize that land is part of our heritage as the people of South Africa, and we need to start advocating for that redistribution of the land without us having to waste any more time going further. Honorable Speaker, the ANC-led government has made greater strides since the dawn of democracy when it came to the programs that had to deal with cultural heritage. The first Ministry of Arts and Culture was created under the democratic government, and its sole mandate was to make it a point that we work together with all our people, regardless of their race, regardless of their cultural orientation, regardless of their religious belief, to make it a point that we build a society that is inclusive, that belongs to all the people of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, the province of Limpopo is busy celebrating great writers in the past that used to make us proud as a province. I'm speaking here about people like Professor Eskiam Patlele, Dr. T.N. Maumela, and O.K. Matsepe, who, amongst others, have made us proud as a province, whereby they have left a legacy where they narrated the story and also made it a point that they wrote books that can be utilized by our younger generations to come so that they can be able to understand where we come from in terms of our cultural heritage. Honorable Speaker, the government is embarking on a process of producing more prominent writers who will help us to write our stories in our own indigenous languages, which will in turn help us to preserve our language as a form of our identity. Because, Honorable Speaker, without us having to preserve our languages as our form of identity, we are doomed as a country of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, the preamble to the Constitution states that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. While Section 1 knows that founding provisions of our country are human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, reflecting a commitment to ensure that the nation is as inclusive as it has all these symbols that I've just mentioned. Honorable Speaker, similarly, Section 9 of the Constitution prohibits unfair discrimination on the basis of race, age, religion, culture, language, to mention just a few. Honorable Speaker, according to the United Nations report on culture as a vehicle for youth development, published in 2019, youth comprise almost 18% population. Honorable Speaker, representing a significant segment of our society that needs to be looked after if we are serious about the future of this country. Currently, Honorable Speaker, our young people are confused and they are often called a lost generation. What are the reasons that are making our young people to not know where they come from and what they stand to benefit as a country? I believe that we need to start putting together programs that are aimed at prioritizing the youth of this country in the process of making them to be at the center of our programs as government to drive the process of preserving our beautiful heritage landscape as a country. Because without us doing that, you know that we are going to be termed a lost generation. Honorable Speaker, according to the World Health Organization, Violence Against Women, published in 2019, 1 out of 3 women have experienced abuse in the hands of men in our country, South Africa. Violence against women is a grave violation of women's human rights, no matter when, where, or how it takes place. Gender-based violence is a demon that needs to be fought by all of us, regardless of our political beliefs or our religious beliefs or our cultural orientation. Honorable Speaker, we need to start putting together programs and mechanisms that are aimed at helping us to build safer communities where women and children can feel that they are part and parcel of their democratic dispensation of South Africa. We welcome the Constitutional Court ruling as a province of Limpopo that took place in March 2020, which affirmed the Hoshi, which affirmed Hoshi Tulare Victor III as the legitimate king of the Bapedi nation. The ruling came after protracted disputes over the throne, and as a province, we hope this will unite the Bapedi-speaking people in the province of Limpopo. The ruling will also help King Tulare with developing programs aimed at uniting our people on issues of linguistic phenomenon. The theme for this year's Heritage Month is celebrating South Africa's living human treasures. Who are our human treasures as a country? We have Shoma Josie, who originate from the province of Limpopo. We have
your time is expired.
We have Master KG, whose song is trending worldwide. And I want to call on all of us to join the call made by the president to say, let us dance Jerusalem dance on Heritage Day. I thank you, Honorable
We're continuing, Honorable Member, although I've got a challenge of the electricity in Soweto. We don't have electricity. Honorable Member, TGV, Happy from Northwest, MEC Art of Culture, Sports and Recreation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me correct, my surname is Kapi.
Kapi.
Kapi Fish.
Kapi Fish. Okay,
yes.
Thank
you. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Order.
I wanted the court to understand. Can I continue, Chair?
Continue, Honorable Member Kapi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also acknowledge Honorable Deputy Chair in absentia, Honorable members, the MPs, the MPLs, Honorable MECs from different provinces. Let me say all protocol observed. It is indeed an honor, Honorable Chair, for me to form part of the debate of today, which is the heritage. But kgwedi ya lwetse mo Afrika Borwa ke kgethegileng eo re ipelang ka ngwao boswa le setso sa rona jaaka maAfrika. The theme for this year is celebrating South Africa's human treasure. Chairperson, as we move our country forward, it is important to reflect on our culture, which is an untold story. It should not just end with beautiful traditional attires, which we are going to put on the 24th of September in celebrating the Heritage Day. Our diverse culture as a country should help us in promoting social cohesion amongst ourselves and also help us to deal with the social ills in our different communities. More especially where our members of community are killing our young girls and senior citizens respectively. Our democracy is still at youthful age, and this affords us an opportunity as a society to step up the values which our democracy subscribes to.
Continue, Deputy Chair. I don't know whether it's my side or it's her side.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Just continue, we will check the time.
Okay. On the other hand, our Constitution provides the foundations for building a democratic and inclusive state, and it is undeniably one of the most progressive in the world. While we acknowledge that it did not take a day to build Rome, We are of the view that the things such as inclusive society and inclusive economic growth are critical and should be achieved almost immediately. Honorable Chair, to preserve history of our national treasures requires us to persuade the culture of reading and writing. The Northwest Province is steadfast on promoting writers, especially those who will write books on our history, and not only as Black people, but Africans in general. We also encourage our authors to write in the indigenous languages of our country in order to develop these languages. We call on all the people of the province and South Africa at large to support the culture of reading and incorporate it into their daily lifestyle. Our children should be taught the correct history of our country. They should be taught about the contributions that our struggle heroes and heroines made in the achievement of our democracy. This will enable them to appreciate and protect this democracy. It is important to encourage our children to visit libraries, especially our government libraries, and start reading at an early age so that they grow up with a clear understanding of where we come from as a country. This will in return indoctrinate conscience that will culminate into patriotism. Their passion of reading will also be developed at a young age, and the broad vocabulary and will increase their general knowledge. Members of the NCOP and the chairperson, South Africans celebrate this month by remembering the cultural heritage of our many cultures that make up the population of South Africa. Living heritage is the foundation of all communities, an essential source of identity and continuity. Mogolo ruta bana ditaola gore o se le tsona badimong, which translates to older people must always share with young ones their knowledge so that they should not die with that knowledge as our living heritage. In the very same breath, Chair, we should also encourage young to develop interest in learning from our elderly people. Jaaka motsoga pele a buile a re bana ba kgwale ithute melodi a sa le teng. Heritage is made up of the practice and traditions that are passed on from one generation to another, formally or informally. It is important for us as the nation, in particular our province, to always document our history. The Northwest Province boasts the largest landscape of heritage resources in South Africa. We have, for an example, Kaditsweni Cultural Heritage Site in the South Africa. As we celebrate Heritage, Aba and Tourism Month, I want to take you through an excursion of significant heritage sites in the Northwest. But before I do that, it is imperative to share with you the significance of the heritage in the life of any South African. Heritage has been defined along other terms as tourism, culture, sports, and destinations. Our province has two World Heritage Sites, namely Vredefort Dome and Taung's Skull, which we all know. Both these sites have placed our province on the world map. What we need to do as a province is to market and develop the relevant content of this site so that they boost our economy and educational value. Other than this World Heritage Site, we have a number of nationally declared sites which form a connection with the 19th century history, which is mainly about the colonial wars, missionary and wars. Furthermore, the province is currently building 9 walls of remembrance and will continue to preserve heritage and history for the future generation. The walls honor men and women who used our province to go into exile and also link South Africa and Botswana in terms of the liberation route, while others succeeded to cross through the land of Bahurutsi and Barono. There were those who were not fortunate. We shall in the next year continue to honor liberation struggle icons. Honorable Chair, as a province, we should use heritage for reconciliation, nation building, and most importantly, to heal the wounds of the past. We should promote tourism as a base for job creation and a platform for social cohesion. Tourism cannot flourish without culture and heritage. As a people, we should note that the Provincial Heritage Resource Authority is a responsible body that promotes and protects the heritage resources for the province. Through heritage, music, dressmaking, indigenous music, instrument making, and other forms of heritage resources such as indigenous foods and traditional medicine, that we can contribute to the economy of the province. Local communities have a role to play in identifying those sites and of the significance to the natural and cultural lives of local residents. Heritage has a great economic potential which can contribute to the local economy.
Please conclude, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, you will agree with me that South Africa, in particular our province, inherited high level of poverty and it continues to be confronted with unequal and often inadequate access to resources, infrastructure, and social services. Since the dawn of democratic government, much has been done to reduce the high level of poverty, the most skewed inequalities in the world, and the widespread joblessness which we inherited when we took over. Chairperson, may we always remember that we are people with great past, which is depicted in songs and our language as we celebrate the new year of Africa.
Honorable Member, your time is over.
Thank you.
Honorable Member,
Thanks, Mamungwanya. You have said that's a great deal. Thank you, Mamungwanya.
Nyabonga chocolate. Honorable Member,
you have said that's a great deal.
I'd like to call.
Please, out of order, Nana. You must listen to policy discussions.
Honorable Mfayela.
As Chairperson, advised that Honorable Mfayela is not in the house.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. We are going to continue to call the next speaker, Honorable CLLIP Hlungwane from Salga. Sorry, I'll call Honorable R. Allen, Western Cape. Honorable R. Allen.
Thank you.
Western
Thank you
Cape.
so much, House Chairperson. You can hear me.
Yes, we
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
House Chairperson.
Yes, I
We
hear
can
you.
hear you, Honorable Member.
I hear you.
House Chairperson and members of this House, 7 people have already echoed my opening remark, but let me add it for another time because there is more because there is more that what brings us together than what keeps us apart. And I'm going to add it for another time. Like the late Nelson Mandela said, when our first democratically elected government decided to make Heritage Day one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound and powerful way in order to build our new nation. I sincerely hope that 1 or 2 will even further echo that similar sentiment because there is more that brings us together and that we all can be on the same page. But House Chairperson, I wish to echo the sentiments today and add that Heritage Day is a month which is indeed one that we need to commemorate the periods that make us truly unique as South Africans. And as we observe Heritage Month, we are able to celebrate our country's beautiful and diverse heritage. It's a day to pause and reflect on the rich tapestry of culture and history shaped us into the nation that we are today. Our past was brutal, Chairperson, but our diversity is precisely what makes us strong. I wish to acknowledge the work of Heritage Western Cape, the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, for their legislative mandate that plays a leading role in the conservation of heritage and traditions in the province, and as a model for cooperative governance. This is achieved through adapting to the ever-transforming cultural context and to the highest of international trends and standards. Chairperson, Heritage Western Cape further realizes the importance of tourism and understands that its appeal resides largely in the diversity of cultural heritage in our province. Nonetheless, today I rise to debate ways to revive communities, to improve quality of life through heritage. But I am concerned that we are either pressured or simply forced to forget what makes us a nation. In fact, Chairperson, along with being known for its diverse culture and 11 different official languages, South Africa is also known for being one of the most corrupt countries. Most of the administration under former President Jacob Zuma is still under investigation through the Zondo Commission, which has already revealed theatrics of how corruption has deepened within our government while poverty levels increased among South Africans. As President Ramaphosa rightly admitted, the recent PPE tender fraud is tantamount to murder. Chairperson, this cannot be the legacy we wish to take forward, and it cannot allow for our future generations to inherit the state as corrupt it is now. We are thus extremely far away from the point where heritage contributes to the quality of life. We are missing the very principles of our democracy, where public office bearers fails to uphold the rule of law in mere tender procurement processes during what is possibly the worst state of disaster that our country has ever experienced since 1994. Chairperson, a scholar of heritage studies perfectly encapsulates that the nation's investment in heritage offers collective immortality in the face of individual mortality. He explains that heritage and corruption represents interrelated dimensions of the management of the past in the present, and that theories of heritage therefore cannot afford to ignore the implications of corruption. This implies that failing to manage corruption, as is the case in our country, really is an injustice towards the individuals, no matter how bad we try to celebrate differences. Corruption goes against redress. Chairperson, it is understood that lived heritage and collective cultural identification should promote social cohesion and promote diversity and peace, and can lay the basis for economic development. As South Africans, we can make an active choice to embrace our differences, share our culture and traditions, and contribute towards nation building. But there is a dark cloud of corruption that hangs over our national government, which cripples households and the economic and social well-being of many citizens. During this week, churches again, Chairperson, took a stand against the newfound PPE corruption in South Africa and also echoed that corruption should not be our heritage. Church leaders called on the president to act decisively without fear and favor for the sake of our democracy, saying that Heritage Month should be one of integrity and not corruption. While the headline in the Cape August here in the Western Cape, right next to the article read, "Grafting in PEE tenders is eroding South Africa's trust." At this stage, there could be nothing further than the truth. The most recent speculated amount lost due to corruption, Chairperson, since 1994 stands at 700 billion rand. Though this amount could not be confirmed, the margin of error was extremely low. Against this, citizens of our country continue to struggle under poor economic reform and inability to fight corruption. So today, I'm afraid that the next generation might continue to inherit in this suffering. I went onto Twitter recently and a media personality tweeted the following. He said, "Oh God, South Africa has too much poverty, too much unemployment, too much GBV, too much murder and anger, too much corruption, too much poor leadership." He said, "Too much intolerance, but surely after suffering, we will experience relief." He went on to say, "Please send relief." Chairperson, we can experience this relief, but we have to find a way to put an end to corruption that has been eating away the dignity and well-being of citizens for far too long. Had we not lost so much due to corruption, we could have embarked on an immediate journey of relief and restore our heritage and the profound power of the words attributed to Nelson Mandela as I opened up. We can and should revive communities, but not in our current prospects of inheritance. It is, however, not too late, Chairperson. As mentioned earlier, one of the main attractions of South Africa is our tourist industry, which is vibrant in culture. Our local business owners stand to benefit greatly through tourism for what we can offer as a country. As I conclude, I wish to welcome the move to level 1 as a country after a truly hard lockdown. And I wish to see forward-thinking directives to stimulate these initiatives, to invest in building on our cultural differences in the correct way. House Chairperson, this Heritage Month, may we as government leaders, politicians, instill a new culture of resilience and leadership and rebuild our democracy in the interest of our people, in the interest of building a truly reflective nation where we can all say that we live in peace and harmony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Councillor P. Hlungwane from Salga.
Chairperson?
Yeah, Baba.
Yes. Because of the long day, I want to start with the disclaimer that I won't be able to use the gadget that will be able to be visible with my video, but I'm going to proceed.
Okay.
Yes.
You can proceed.
Yes. The chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for us as the SALGA to be part of this debate convened under the theme Reviving Communities and Improving Their Quality of Life Through Heritage and Sustainability. This debate, Chairperson, could not have come at the right time where our communities are in a state of moral decay which need immediate actions to be addressed. We are fresh from the Women's Month where traditionally we will have been celebrating the lives of the courageous women in South Africa, the likes of the Leon Goyel and Josephs, and so on and so on. We know the history, as these are our heroes who marched union buildings in protest against the past laws during those years. Instead, Honorable Chairpersons, we are this time leading marches in protest against gender-based violence and other social ills which our communities have been subjected to. The quality of lives in many of our communities have been degraded by senseless killings of women and children, the horrendous rape, teenage pregnancies, substance and alcohol abuse, state of lawlessness and violence crimes. The communities which used to embrace women and children have now become danger zones for them and hiding spot for criminals. Moral degenerations amongst youth who are the leaders of tomorrow is a cause for concern. The qualities that comprise the fundamental values of our communities are deteriorating. Compassion, empathy, love, and kindness have since been replaced by lack of compassion, ruthlessness, and hatred. Every time we turn on our televisions or read newspapers, we come across stories of despicable acts of human cruelty happening in our communities. Honorable Chairpersons, instead of focusing on delivering basic services to communities, municipalities are now more concerned with conducting and providing psychosocial support to survivors of gender-based violence and rape victims, caring for the orphans, repairing damaged infrastructure, all as a result of the state of moral decay in our communities. As local government leaders, by virtue of our proximity with these communities, we are faced with a mammoth task of leading campaigns aimed at reviving our communities and improve their lives. Honorable Chairpersons, it is imperative for all of us at all levels of government to interrogate the causes of moral degenerations in our communities in order to develop practical and responsive policies. At the level of SALGA, we seek to observe this year's Heritage Month through, amongst other approaches, the following: connecting heritage and local economies to boost new creative approaches to safeguard cultural and natural heritage. Number two, as Salga was saying, that using creativity to explore ways on which heritage and culture can contribute towards economic development. The third aspect, the Salga, is that we believe that using creativity to promote social inclusions, gender equality, and participatory governance of urban policies. The last aspect, the SALGA, we believe that focusing creative field to encourage the sustainable management of environmental resources. In order to achieve this, SALGA, in partnership with the China University of Technology, has planned 3 virtual seminars to be held on the 23rd, 29th, and the 30th of September 2020, respectively. In attendance, it will be municipalities, universities, development agencies, and community-based organizations, all whom have a key role in reviving communities and improving the quality of life. From the ancient times, African indigenous communities possessed a rich indigenous knowledge and heritage in all its form base. For example, traditional African institutions such as the initiations and the rite of passage prepared the youth for the future. To preserve indigenous knowledge and heritage like this, we need to strive to do the following: to create platforms for the elderly to impart their knowledge on the heritage and the culture. Elders are the source of heritage and the indigenous knowledge. The second aspect is to ensure that the curriculum which teaches and promotes heritage and indigenous knowledge is integrated into our school systems. The third aspect that we believe as SALGA is that municipalities will have to work with local communities, non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, and other local formations to establish heritage forums in order to teach our youth about the importance of promoting and conservation of our heritage. Honorable Chairpersons, government alone will not be able to revive the communities and improve the quality of life. It will need to join hands with schools, churches, civil society, and other institutions to achieve this through heritage and sustainability. And I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable H.S.A. Bishop. When he's done, I would like to invite our chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo. Honorable Bishop.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Today we debate the reviving of communities and improving their quality of life through heritage sustainability. On 27 April 1994 het miljoene mense in lang toue gestaan om vir die eerste keer sy of haar kruisie te trek met die eerste demokratiese verkiesing. Hierdie dag sal vir altyd opgeteken staan in die annale van Suid-Afrika as 'n geskiedkundige dag, 'n dag van erfenis nalatenskap. Hulle aksies moes help om geboorte te gee aan 'n nuwe Suid-Afrika. Gelykheid, nie seksisme, nie en respek vir alle menseregte en verdraagsaamheid rakende die verskillende tradisies. Op hierdie dag moet ons ook ons baie verskillende kulture, tradisies en tale vier en die grootste nalatenskap, ons vryheid, moet ook gevier word. The actions of those that came before us was to be worn with pride, but unfortunately, the freedom that was fought for, with many lives lost, has fallen by the wayside and it must be restored. Looking at all the 9 provinces, we realize that they are all unique with their own beauties and human talent. The people, sites, and gems found in them must always remind us of our cultural heritage, which is key to the survival of our people. In doing so, we will be able to revive communities and improve their quality of life. Ons moet ook dan onthou dat ons erfenis nie net gaan oor die bewaring van ons kultuur nie, maar bly die sleutel tot nasionale ontwikkeling. That is why, fellow South Africans, it is important to preserve all the sites of all cultures that were once home to very ancient populations, the ancestors of the entire human race. Ek glo dat 'n land wat gebruik maak van al sy talente en die erfenis van al sy mense bewaar, sal lei tot die behoud van ons pragtige land en al die skatte daarin. Ons voorvaders het nie verniet oorleef in uiterste woestynagtige landskappe en omstandighede om alles net so te laat vergaan nie. Hulle het kennis ingewin oor watervoorsiening, kennis oor plante en medisyne, kennis oor grond, en dit is oorgedra aan ons wat vandag hier is, en dit moet weer oorgedra word aan ons nasate om seker te maak dat dit wat van toepassing is op alle Suid-Afrikaners behoue bly. We can only preserve our heritage if we actively work with all communities to broaden their knowledge to ensure access and benefit sharing between communities and other stakeholders. In doing so, we can capacitate our people to start and operate small businesses to make them self-sufficient. Regardless of their circumstances, every South African wants the same thing, a better life for themselves and their families. Hierdie voorsitter is veral belangrik te midde van ons huidige werkloosheidskrisis. Jong mense is ons toekomstige kulturele ambassadeurs en moet die nodige opleiding kry om dit uit te kan brei en ons nalatenskap te bewaar. Honourable Chair, the DA is the only party in South Africa striving for the pursuit of liberty and equality for all. Let's learn from each other and reach out and teach each other our respective heritage and traditions, and in doing so, unite to build the South Africa we envisaged in 1994. Mede Suid-Afrikaners, kom, laat ons hande vat en saam staan om seker te maak dat die Suid-Afrika wat ons nastrewe realiseer. Saam kan ons wondere verrig. 26 years ago, our different cultures and traditions brought us together. Let us again work towards this unity for a better South Africa for all and leave behind a South Africa that we can be proud of. Ter afsluiting wil ek dan graag 'n huldeblyk bring aan al die Suid-Afrikaners, oud en jong, wat ons ryk en diverse kultuur tesame met ons taalkunde aan die lewe gehou het. Happy Heritage Day, Nkosi Sikelele I Afrika. Thank you, dankie, Nyabonga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll proceed to Honorable Zati Mkiva.
Mkiva. Oi, Baba.
Good evening, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, the Honorable Minister, the MECs from the respective provinces, honorable members, kunye nabantu basemakhaya bonke abasijongileyo ngalomzuzu. Mandithathe lithuba kule nyanga yamafa namaguga ndikhahlele kuni zidwesha nanizidwangube zezwe lakokwethu. Ndithi le nyanga yinyanga ebaluleke kakhulu kunyaka wonke esijongane nayo. Kaloku isikhumbuza ngemvelaphi yethu ukuze sizazi into yoba singabantu abasuka kwisikhokhelo semilonde nemilowa eyahlahla indlela, ukuze thina njengabantu abaphilayo ngalomzuzu sibambe imikhonto, sithunge injobo ebandla, sihlahle umkhombandlela. Yebo, sakokwethu sifuna ukuthi siyayazi okokubana kwasekusekweni kwethu njengombutho wesizwe, inxaxheba yethu yayikukuba sikhulule uluntu lweli lizwe, siqinisekise into yobana kukho umanyano phakathi kwethu singabemi beli lizwe. Koko ke sijongene nalo msebenzi siwusa phambili sithi ningatyhafi ngokutyhafiswa ngobholele ecaleni. Kuba kaloku siyayazi mininzi imifanekiso eqingqiweyo nebeka imbali yabo babe ngongqondo gqwirha besingcikile. Sizawuthi qhu ngcembe siyisuse ngendlela eyiyo, ayonto sinoyenza ngendlela enobuxeleki nobuxaxavithi leyo. Koko ifuna sinyathele ngobunono njengeenkokheli zelizwe nanjengeenkokheli zesizwe. Sisebenzise imithetho ekhoyo kweli lizwe. Honorable members, it is befitting that I commence my address in honoring the life and contribution of Isanusi Utatomkhulu Ukredo Vusamazulu to our society. There is an old African adage that says, when an elderly person dies in Africa, the entire library is gone. This sentiment was felt by many who were touched by the life and contributions made by Isanusi, who left us in March this year. Isanusi will also be remembered as the father of indigenous knowledge, who warned us that a country that speaks against its heritage is a dead country. Isanusi was instrumental in highlighting the need to understand the roots and profoundness of our history and the heritage as a people. James Henry Clark must have drawn from him when he said, a people that forgets its ancestors will also be forgotten. Our poet laureate Umkhaya waseNtubezuko once said, Isikhuni sibuya nomkhwezeli. Let's make sure that we burn the right fires and not fires that will destroy us. Transformation and inclusivity is non-negotiable. Former President Thabo Mbeki, during his address at the 2005 Association of African University Conference in Cape Town, asserted that, I quote, we need a distinctively African knowledge system which would have as its objective the goal of recovering the humanistic and ethical principles embedded in African philosophy. Such an African knowledge system would also constitute an effort to develop both a vision and practice of education that lays the basis for the African people to participate in the mastering and directing the course of change and fulfilling the vision of learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together as equals in our country. All knowledge is the evolving collective creation and inheritance of all humanity, but it is also biased, anchored in, affected by power relations, by colonial legacy, by economic factors. Decolonized knowledge must disrupt and replace colonial assumptions and power relations and free the African voice. Decolonized heritage must increase meaningful participation of and respect for Africans, rural people, and historically marginalized. The Czech writer Milan Kundera, in the book of Laughter and Forgetting, reminds us that, I quote, the struggle of men against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting, close quote. In spite of the beautiful preamble of our Constitution, our traditional systems continue to struggle for a place in the sun. Yet we are in a diverse society that is trying to heal divisions of the past and unite. The education system, legal system, public symbols, place names, languages of commerce, governance, decision-making, and stakeholder engagement must reflect that change. Parity of esteem of languages and cultural experiences must become a reality. The tools of the fourth industrial revolution, the fifth generation of technology communication, content and digital work must become accessible and affordable resources for protecting, promoting, preserving, and using indigenous knowledge system. If we don't sustain and accelerate the decolonization trajectory, we will lose permanently treasures like Isanusi Mtwa, will continue to go down with their wealth, will continue to be ridiculed, will be underfunded, underprotected, will continue to be lost in the broader society until we as leadership of the country take practical steps to mainstream indigenous knowledge system. We have to urgently take advantage of instruments like the 2003 Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention and to ratify and domesticate this convention. The time has arrived to build on the efforts to mainstream indigenous knowledge system across different areas of our country's work. Intangible cultural heritage is not just relevant to science and innovation. It is of relevance to all areas of our public and private life. Intangible heritage is the oxygen of the country. In these days of Black Lives Matter movement, in the face of the global resurgence of racism, it's important that we reassert that South Africa's liberation struggle was the most comprehensive global intervention against racism. It developed a valuable global body of knowledge against racial domination and racist knowledge system. Our non-racial, non-sexist unitary heritage must be harnessed to chase racism out of the face of earth. The work of the South African government to participate in the African Liberation Heritage Program and nominate Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites as the first of many must continue and go with the international promotion program for the South African intangible heritage. Our work, honorable members, must ensure that the living heritage and the living knowledge, indigenous cross-cutting impact on our society. And it must indeed free the African voice for the betterment of the lives of our people. As we remember Comrade Steve Biko, our duty is to bestow on humanity a more, and that is quite very urgent for us to do. We must mainstream Ubuntu domestically and ensure that it becomes a normal export in all our international relations, trade relations, peacekeeping missions, cultural and scientific collaborations that we undertake as a country and a people. Our heritage agencies must have a practical and functional relationship with our international missions. When other countries export war, Cuba export health, we must export Ubuntu because that is what we are known for and that is what we live. Umuntu, ngumtu, ngabantu. If living heritage is to achieve its impact beyond remote communities, but for society as a whole, we need to invest in information infrastructure, affordable data, revival of indigenous content, and creative industry. It is about the epistemologies of people and important for community-centered development. The ANC has resolved long time ago that indigenous knowledge system should be incorporated into the formal education system and the career path in our country. This would facilitate this knowledge system in our daily lives and even broaden career choices which can benefit the country. The ANC sees development and promotion of indigenous languages as a pivotal matter in the country's national question. Honorable members, we cannot expect the DA to understand the importance of the cultivation and mainstreaming of indigenous knowledge systems when their own policy on arts, culture, and heritage does not even make reference to indigenous knowledge system. When we call for the transformation of the heritage landscape, they articulate a narrow-minded view about the preservation of colonial and apartheid statues. The discourse is tools and languages. It is about society as a whole. In conclusion, we must take a moment to reflect on the link between the warning by Isanusi and the vision by the President Thabo Mbeki, articulated on the need for African indigenous knowledge systems. The recent legislation on indigenous knowledge and other activities, as suggested here, must be leveraged to ensure development and mainstreaming of the living African heritage. Transformation and inclusivity, I want to repeat that it is non-negotiable. practical steps that we must take urgently are the following. Let's ratify and use the Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage. Make full use of heritage agencies responsible for intangible cultural heritage. Mainstream the values of heritage and Ubuntu across all society. Free the African voice, normalize parity of esteem for all South African languages. Decolonize our heritage, change reference points, and make sure no rural African is left behind as often it happens. Raise the profile of heritage and improve its resources to bequeath to humanity a more human face and prevent the catastrophic abuses of diversity. If our cultural diversity is used to solve division and war, all our economic reconstruction efforts will fail. Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to appeal that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is one of the very most important departments and ministries in our country. How I wish and how we wish that it could be accorded that particular status, because when all is said and done, all our workings and all our records and our host in that department, what we need to do is to ensure that it gets the necessary budget that actually equate its mandate, because without that, we will never achieve what we want to achieve. So I place it on record that this House must consider even doubling the budget of the Department of Arts and Culture so that we can achieve all these things that we have been talking about today. Ngolo hlobo sawuqinisekisa into kokubana inkcubeko yethu amagugu namafa asesizikithini solawulo lwelizwe kwaye abemi bethu bonke bayawuqaphela baqonde baqiqe batsho bazive bangabemi belilizwe abangenayo into yokungabazi na bawutsho bashenxe babone into kokubana inkcubeko yethu singama-Afrika inenxaxheba ethe ngqo nebalulekileyo ekuqingqeni nasekuhlanganiseni isizwe sethu. Ngolo hlobo sithi kubantu basemakhaya nabantu belizwe lonke le nyanga yamagugu, le nyanga yomsintsi masiyithathe njengenyanga yozikhumbuza ukuze sazi into yokubana isifakela umdlandla singatyhafi kwaye sazi into yokubana ekugqibeleni idabi lethu lomzabalazo lowubuyisela yonke into edibene nesidima sethu ayinakuphanza ibhangiswe sikho sihleli sizinkokeli zikanokongolozo. Sithi ke ngolo hlobo nilibambe lingathoni niwonwabele umhla we-heritage kule vekzayo. Enkosi kakhulu umhlali ngaphambili.
No, siyabulela.
Siyabulela mntana enkosi.
Will now
Siyabulela malibongwe.
conclusion of the debate, by calling on the minister to make his comments. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Honorable for their contribution. I think, Chair, it's clear that the issue of unity and inclusive heritage is an unfair ethnic, gender, and racial exclusion. And we all emphasize, all the speakers emphasize that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity, as is contained in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and its preamble. And to deal with this thing of exclusion, and as the Honorable Member in Chabeling has raised the danger of erasure of women in history and heritage, or their exclusion. The theme for this year is deliberately about celebrating living human treasures. And to that extent, deliberately and consciously, Dr. Esther Mahlangu, Gogo Madosini Mphaleni, and Oma Katrina Esau have been identified as these people who are actually represent what we should be doing in ensuring that the erasure of women in our history is not happening. And to actually complete that, it would be important not to forget the yesterday heroines, the Sarah Bartman of this world, the Queen Mojages, the Grotoa, the Queen Labotsibeni, the Queen Mtania, the Queen Mandandise, the Queen Nonesi, to the modern, more modern methods of struggle, heroines like Charlotte Maxeke, Marco Sima, Low, Mark Abashane, and others. Indigenous people, it's important to dispel the myth that this country had no owner. What you spoke about, Honorable Nchabeling, about the kingdom of Mapungubwe around the 11th century. He also forgot to talk to the Thulamela kingdom around the 13th century and the Kwening of Botswana around the 15th century. It's important that we know who we are so that when we say we're celebrating our heritage, we understand where we come from. On heritage tourism, all the provinces have been part and parcel of the resistance and liberation heritage route around the country, aiming at twinning or connecting with the rest of the SADC and the continent in our program. You have MEC from Mpumalanga, you had her, for instance, talking about the project of Mbuzini, and there's another one in Zambia and so on. But all these are aimed at boosting heritage tourism in our country. On the question of the relocation of symbols and statues of protagonists of colonialism and cultural and apartheid, through directing this to the cultural nation building parks, it's going to contribute in nation building. I said this, Chair, that the Russians learned the hard way that you can't just hide those who were there before. No matter what they did, they must be out there in a particular organized way so that the prominent spaces in our country is represented by people who are part and parcel and who personify the constitutional values and principles of our democracy. So therefore, what that means is that we are moving towards building social cohesion. And I like this because the DA, I hear what the representative of the DA talking about unilateral action today. The DA has been part and parcel of the process of ensuring that the Constitution and its values trumps everything, that you cannot enforce a situation where those who represent what is an antithesis of the constitutional values occupy prominent spaces in the public spaces in our country. And communities decide on this matter. There's no unilateralism here. Communities decide because this government has empowered communities through the South African Geographical Names Council Act, through the National Heritage Resources Act, to ensure that our heritage landscape within the bounds of the law, because we believe in the rule of law, and that rule of law has to be implemented, as Umtanenkosi was saying here, Mkiva, that to the letter. We need to ensure that as we do that, we are ensuring that we unite our people and in the true spirit of reconciliation. And Madiba speaks about this, and many people quote him out of context on the issue of reconciliation. This is what he says at the SONA in 1996. We can neither heal nor build if such healing and building are perceived as one-way process, with the victims of the past injustices forgiving and the beneficiaries merely content in gratitude. Together, we must set out to correct the defects of the past. So we need to do that, honorable members. And I think that we have it upon ourselves to contribute in building a united society, that society which says that you are not abusing the position you have to forget and to write away the history of other people, but to ensure that, as the ANC says in its ready to govern document, you deal with the monopoly of those who are occupying the spaces so that our people, all of them, in all walks of life, because all the people of South Africa are our people as their representatives in parliament, whether they are white, whether they are black, whether they are orange, all of them are South Africans. And whatever we do, we are correcting the injustices of the past, at the same time ensuring that we heal our nation. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to honorable members for the debate.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Minister.
We can't hear the chair.
Unmute Chairperson. Unmute Chairperson.
We heard you, Minister.
Chairperson, your mic is.
Unmute, please.
Thank you, Minister.
I was saying that I'll take this opportunity to thank the Minister for having taken time to honor the invitation to address the National Council of Provinces. So siyabonga Nyambos. Okwesibili, to also express our appreciation to all permanent and all special delegates for having participated in this important debate. Siyabona ukuthi masiloku siya phambili sawujula ngengqoqo sakhe uMzansi Afrika. And thirdly, that as we go into the constituency period, we will continue to grapple with the many challenges and issues that face our country. The quest of growing our economy, addressing unemployment, confronting high levels of poverty, wrestling with the whole question of inequality, continue to fight COVID-19, and standing up against all social ills, including gender-based violence. And fourthly, that as we come back to Parliament, we should do so more enthused, more reinvigorated to take our work to a high level. So with these words, let us all note that our work for today has come to an end and the House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister.